If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. I'm backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free.
A beautiful sunny winter day here in downtown Kansas City. Mecum is inside the convention center for the next 2 days, and it's so great to have you along for the ride. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Danielle Trotta. It is a great day to be streaming live for the next 6 hours on ESPN+. And remember, we are now just 20 days away from Christmas. Still a little bit of time to buy a dream ride for somebody you love and have it ready for this holiday season. In fact, I think our very own Chris Jacobs has one that you may want to bid on. Hey, Chris.
Oh, yeah, Danielle, that's right. Well, here in Kansas City, it might be very chilly outside, but inside the convention center, it is nice and hot, thanks in part to cars just like this one. Say 1967 Chevelle SS. It is a factory SS. Under the hood is that 396 turbojet V8. Check out this beautiful marina blue paint job with the color matched wheels, red line tires, and get a load of this interior too. That's blue as well. Factory console featuring that clock. Such a great touch. Amazing restoration. It's going to be going across the block just a little bit later today. Rutledge Wood, what do you got, my friend?
Chris, there are hot rods everywhere, and I found a beautiful one right here, a 1940 Ford custom sedan. And that's right, that's a Hemi underneath the hood, a 392 punched out to a 439 Hillborn injection AC Willwood disc brakes. But when you take a look at this thing as a whole, this beautiful root beer paint with a really tasteful hidden ghost flame in there. This thing is gorgeous. Inside's got a big 6-speed manual transmission. Danielle, this is fun for the whole family.
Something else beautiful to see, Rut, a packed house here in Kansas City. So let's not waste a second and get you to the block with our leaders, Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens. Boys, today is going to be fun.
Oh, it is indeed, Danielle Trotta. Thank you very much. Welcome to the booth here just above the red carpet here at Mecum, Kansas City. You know, we wrap up our 18th season of Mecum Television here at our traditional season-ending spot in Kansas City, and we'll also be able to perhaps wrap up some terrific cars if you are in the gift-giving spirit. But Bill, today, it's a lot of cars that would not only make good gifts, but a terrific way to start a brand new collection.
Yeah, self-gifts, you might say.
Very good.
You know, I speak to Gary Nolan every year when we come to Kansas City, national talk show host who emanates not far from here. He's a car guy. And this morning we were talking on the air about all of the cars that are going to be consigned here in Kansas City. He said he went on Mecum.com to look at the lineup, and he was shaking his head and saying that, you know, if he had enough money, he could have a 100-car collection by the end of the weekend. That's the whole theme that we're going to be talking about today. Lots of muscle, but affordable muscle.
You know, and one car that would make a really good collection starter car.
Yeah.
From 68, huh?
Yeah, I would start my collection with this. I love Oldsmobile 442s, and this one, a 1968, and it is a convertible in scarlet red with a white top. And you'll find underneath the hood, lurking a 400 cubic inch V8 with 325 horsepower. It's got the turbo automatic transmission and 12-bolt rear end power options. Oh, plenty power steering and brakes, and that top, by the way, is power operated. And don't forget the factory AC. What a car, and again, this will fall into somebody's wheelhouse in terms of their budget before this day is over.
Looks good. Love that scarlet red. As we get you to the block, our very first car of the day is actually half car, half truck. Yes, indeed, that 1965 Ford Ranchero. How have your discussions with Ford been going about bringing back the Ranchero, Bill?
I haven't begun them. I'm still working on the El Camino. Don't get pushy. Oh, hey, you know, these were kind of cool because we'll remember the first Rancheros were based on the full-size Ford, and then along came the Ford Falcon-based Ranchero, like this one. It's got a 5-liter in it that's fuel-injected and a few other upgrades, dual exhaust and an open-element air cleaner for better breathing, and an automatic transmission with overdrive. And again, you know, we're probably going to sound redundant, but let's not overlook the fact that people who sometimes say, I can't afford to go to a Mecum auction, those cars are too expensive, too valuable. We're going to prove you wrong today. This car, if it hammers, will definitely be a good example.
Matt.
You know, you mentioned as we see $16,000, and well, let's figure out what happened here. I was going to say, you mentioned going to the Falcon platform. I think over the course of its lifetime, the Ranchero was on, I believe it was 5 different Ford platforms through the years.
If I was making, I'd give it. I'd be proud.
Don't start this virus on that.
Yeah. I don't need to go buy them.
Well, the internet does have the high bid at 16.5.
This will be easy. Make it easy on everybody. Just sell it.
Mecum rule is $17,000.
You've always helped me on the other ones. We'll make it on this one.
There we go.
You bid 7 internet.
That doesn't happen often, where the consignor kind of shies away from the Mecum rule, just says pull the reserve.
$17,000. Sell it. Sold 17,000.
Yeah.
Sold 17,000.
Like butter.
Now offering
Yes,
at
sir.
49, a 1992 Jaguar XJ6.
Good looking car too. Did you see that 5.0 badge on the rear tailgate?
Yeah, it's
That's
for
kind of
real.
a cool, yeah.
Yep.
Very nice. Okay, 1992 Jaguar up next, right near wheelhouse. Bill Stevens, XJ6, the top upper crust Vanden Plas edition.
Yeah, the designer level here. This one in flamenco red. Yeah, I got to admit, I love Jags. I've owned them for a while. Have a couple now. This one from 1992, and it's highly original. The odometer reads but a mere 6,200 miles. Has that inline 6-cylinder engine, silky smooth, and the interior of these cars, just that beautiful Connolly leather, and you see the burled walnut all the way around the inside. Just a lot of luxury for a little money. No reserve for this Jag.
As usual here in Kansas City, a number of no reserve cars today.
Notice the extended wheelbase on this Jag. You got plenty of leg room, front and rear.
Yes, indeed.
Almost limousine level.
Another one jumped in at the last minute there. We're $12,000. Well, it's going to be 13. That's enough to take that Jaguar home. And so we'll move to 1954 MG. This is one of their TF series cars.
Yeah, the T-Series was winding down by 1954, and already they had sold so many of the previous levels of these cars here in the United States, really made a beachhead here in America for these little 2-seat MGs right after World War II. This one has the 4-cylinder engine like they all did, but this one has been upgraded a little bit larger 4-cylinder than it would have come in the car originally, with a 5-speed manual transmission, which you couldn't have found in this car back in '54. Great presentation too, chrome wires with that red paint. Got some new rubber on there as well.
Yes.
See, I buy that car, and it's like I'm counting the days until spring.
Oh.
It'll just have to sit for a while.
Well, you know what? With a big, red bow on it, it would look pretty good.
Oh, wouldn't it?
Until spring.
Yeah, it would.
Until Christmas too. 13 is the bid. And 13 not going to be enough for that 54 MG. Maybe, as we see so many times, low to mid 20s on those cars. And so 1955 Buick that has been customized. We'll tell you some of the details here. A 1955 Buick Special.
Well, back in the middle 1950s, General Motors had such a large market share of the American automobile that the government, not long thereafter this, was beginning to consider maybe, invoking some of those anti-monopoly laws. That's how big that their market shares were. Of course, all of the GM divisions doing very well in the mid-50s. This one The Buick Special has a nailhead, 264 cubic inch nailhead with a Dynaflow automatic transmission. And we'll get a look at it, I believe, as it rolls off the block here. But the headlights have been upgraded with LED halos. Now they're off right now, so you can just barely make them out. But when they're lit up, you have that blue circular pattern around the headlights. Kind of cool, but other than that, exterior-wise, this one hasn't really had any modifications made to it.
And it sold for $9,000. A very, very light custom on that Buick. We'll take our first break and return with more from Bartle Hall, a massive building here right in the heart of downtown Kansas City, in a moment. Well, at first glance, this might look like a 1965 GT350, but no way. All kinds of good stuff happening here. It's got a brand new 427 stroker, putting out 557 horsepower and 530 pound-feet of torque. Oh my goodness, that car is crossing the block tomorrow here in Kansas City. Oh, by the way, we'll have coverage once again tomorrow, leading off at noon Eastern, 11 o'clock here in the KC area, right here on ESPN Plus. Can't wait for it. Here's a 1985 Chevy Suburban as we kick off segment 2 today here from KC. The reserve is off already, Bill.
Scott, I love trucks like this. This has been in the care of a single family since new. Think of the stories this truck could tell you, huh? Originally purchased by the consignor's father back in 1985. It's got the 5.7 V8 and the 31-gallon gasoline tank for those long family trips wherever they wanted to go. And it sells.
And it does indeed. 16 grand. Very cool.
Yep.
99 GMC Yukon now.
How often does this happen, Scott? Another one-owner SUV. This one, that Yukon from 1999 with a V8 and automatic and four-wheel drive. Bright red is what the factory calls that pink color. Undercarriage, too, has been dry ice blasted and painted, so this has had a tremendous amount of maintenance.
Bill, the number that this is doing right now.
Yes.
Incredible.
It is incredible.
I think this is one of those times you realize the nostalgia of cars is so important, especially some of these family rides.
Yes.
Because, you know, these were pretty advanced for the time, right? I think that's a nice way to put
absolutely,
that. Like they were really like, they kind of changed what the SUV was going to be rolling forward because they were both big and stout, but also a little bit smaller, you know, a few feet shorter than the Suburban. I have so many memories of riding in these, but I wouldn't have guessed it would run this kind of a number that quick. It's obviously really well taken care of.
Right. Beautifully presented. More car than truck. Yeah, trips to the beach, trips to, you know, the mountains, bringing everybody over to watch reruns of Top Gear.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. Wouldn't they have had a big screen in the back end that you just open up the back and watch it there?
Sure.
$22,500. And you know what? Back, you know, in those days, the more car than truck was starting to become the norm rather than the exception. And now today, all these years later, I mean, you know, that is the trend.
Yeah, we'll give Jeep credit when they brought out the Wagoneer, you know, back in the 70s. Finally, we're beginning to look at them all different. Yep.
Okay, moving on to a 2005 BMW Z4 up on our block here in KC.
Yep, this would be the next extension of the Z3, the Z4, the next series. 2.5 liter inline six, couple hundred horsepower, automatic transmission. And the odometer, just over 65,000 miles, if accurate. 10 spokes on it. See the interior. Looks original to me. Big fun factor here, these cars. You know, they're not going to break your back. You know, not a lot of horsepower and torque, but you see how low they sit from the factory. Great ride height, super suspension system. Of course, just about every BMW ever built is going to have a very responsive suspension system underneath it. This car's no exception.
Plenty of life left in it, and at $8,000, you can't argue with that.
Plenty of money left in your bank account.
No doubt.
Sold 8,000. Sold $8,000 Megan's way.
Now I'll bring
There you go. Gavels for $8,000. How about that? Okay, check this out. It's pretty cool. 47 International KB2 Rutledge Wood on the scene.
Yeah, and Scott, this one's really special. It's been in the same family since it was new, 216 inline 6 under the hood, but it's really what's going on over here that makes it so special. So this is a grain blower, and the idea is that you could put wheat, you could put corn, whatever you have in the back here, and there's underneath the bed here, you can see this circle, right? Underneath there, that's where the grain would go down. You'd open this door, it would come into the blower, and then it had an arm that they're including with the sail. You can see in the picture here that you could really point that grain wherever you wanted to go, and it's all run by this chain here on the front, which operates with the power takeoff you can see on the dash of this truck. But they also have taller sides that are going with the bed. They've got that arm included, and amazing to think it's been in the same family since new. And you got to imagine a lot of great memories on that farm with this truck, guys.
Rutledge, how did you know about that?
You know, my dad grew up on an International Harvester dealership on Route 66, so I always just, every time we have an International, I go see it. But I saw this one and I thought, what is that crazy thing on the side? So I had to jump in, talk to everybody that was around the truck, and just, it's so neat, the history that something like this could have.
I wonder if you could use it, you know, to blow leaves during the fall and maybe even clear off the driveway if it snows, you know?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what couldn't you do with this
thing?
Thing?
I don't think we've ever seen a truck with a grain blower on it like that.
I've never seen one in my life. I didn't know it was a thing. What a cool thing.
Yeah, very cool. That is so neat. 21 is the bid. Either that or every other international pickup we've had has been grain blower delete.
Delete. I was wondering if that KB2 referred to the fact that's a Keith Black built engine in that.
Well, no, probably not.
Take a hard pass on that.
It'd be the fastest grain blower in the world.
KB, Colonel Blower.
Colonel Blower.
Right. All right. 21,000. Not going to be enough money for that truck today. 1951 Ford Custom Victoria here. Our next example to dissect for you.
Yeah, we talk a lot about how in 1949 that slab side design came in on the Ford, and not only did it boost sales for Ford, but kind of really helped to revolutionize the whole design theme in Detroit. Running boards and fat fenders and things like that. You know, they went the way of all flesh. This one with the larger flathead V8 and the 239 cubic inch V8. The 221 preceded that, and 3 Stromberg 97 carburetors, a very popular upgrade for hot rodders back then. You see the baby moon hubcaps and those chrome trim rings. So you might say this is kind of thing Fonzie might have cooked up back in the mid-50s.
Oh, for sure. I've definitely seen some of these hot rodded. I know you guys have too. I loved how there's no B-pillar there. You get that really open feel of that car, which we really saw take off so many different vehicles in that era. But
how about that panoramic rear window, too?
Yes, that's what I was going to say, Bill. That you just get such an appreciation for those Art Deco vibes that this era of cars really had. It's just stunning.
Yep.
You brought up that, you know, the hardtop situation with no B-pillar and how important it is when folks present their cars and when they come across the block. Roll those windows down. That just opens up everything, man. It's such a visual deal. It's big.
It's why Bill loves to see convertibles with the top down, but we have this year seen a handful where you go, okay, I see why they left it up. The color combo, sometimes it makes all the difference.
Sure. $9,000 for this one. Next up, 2011 Mercedes-Benz E350. Speaking of,
well, fellas, you know what? No real way to romanticize this car. This is a used Mercedes-Benz E350 ragtop from 2011. This will not be a lot of money if it hammers. And as with just about every Mercedes-Benz in the E-Class, you're going to find a lot of comfort and convenience features. Leather interior, dual power seats with memory. By the way, it's a 3.5-liter V6, not a V8 car here. Power rear windscreen, and little touches like that you know, high-end Mercedes-Benzes we've come to expect. Won't get there, though.
For the high bid here on the E-Class Benz, $8,000. So we'll take this opportunity to pause for a few minutes here. Our live coverage on ESPN Plus will continue coming up in just a moment.
Mike, I would have to say that this Corvette right here might be my favorite from all the ones you're bringing to Kissimmee. What a great story behind it. Tell everybody what we're looking at.
In my career, 52 years plus in the Corvette hobby, this is my absolute favorite car. This has family memories to the day that I sent Jim Perkins a letter asking if I could buy the car, and he immediately said yes. Then we started planning the car. I wanted a blue car with a red interior and a white stripe on it, and Chevrolet said you can have anything you want as long as it's white and medium gray and an automatic. This is such a special car. When this car was being built, we filmed it from birdcage to rolling off the assembly line. Everybody in the plant that day signed the car. There's 2,000 to 3,000 signatures on this car. There's just so much history behind this car, and to me, an important part of this car is not only is it the last C4 Corvette made, it also has the last cast iron small block from 1955 to 1996. Every Corvette small block had an engine out of Flint, Michigan. This has the last one in it. We've got a lot of documentation on this car and emotion. When we introduced this at the National Corvette Museum, we also did the internment of the ashes of Zora Duntop. So that was a powerful day, the last C4 and the last tribute to Zora. So this car's just flooded with memories for me and my family.
Mike Yeager is bringing a tremendous selection of cars and memorabilia to Kissimmee. He's one of my favorite people. Known him for years. He mentioned Jim Perkins, who was the general manager of the Chevrolet division for years. And just to show you how well connected Mike is, Zora Arkus Duntop used to go to his house for dinner.
Wow.
What does that tell you? So
wow.
Yes, I love talking to him.
That is fantastic. Boy, what a connection to history there, huh?
No idea.
Hey, don't forget, we want to let you know about ways to watch what we're doing here at Kansas City and all of our programs. You can go to Mecum TV on Roku, watch entire broadcasts and preview specials of cars. That's all absolutely free. And, of course, on the Mecum YouTube channel as well, replays of the live telecasts will be available starting next Thursday. Plenty of videos and features and other things as well. So get used to that. It is a lot of fun, and you can find all kinds of content on the various Mecum outlets now. 1951 Mercury M74 is up on our auction block. They've done some work to this one. You can tell by the wheels and tires, Bill.
Indeed, yes, from top to bottom. This is a very well thought out custom, and that paint job may be an honorable mention for the Paint Job Hall of Fame, not so much because of the appearance, although it's fabulous, but just the color choice for this car. Very subtle, but just lays on the car beautifully. You see those wheels, has 350 small block power with an automatic, and that is a Ford Code KR North Sea Blue, but it's in clear coat metallic. And that was finished about 20 years ago, but you would never guess.
No kidding.
Look, yeah,
wow.
How about that, huh? Got the louvered hood underneath. Yeah, they've done some work under there. Heights, front suspension, Mustang 2 steering. And inside, Dakota digital gauges. By the way, those wheels, too, I don't want to neglect to mention, those are those salt flat wheels and tires that take you back to the speed trials out on Bonneville, and those are 18-inch diameter.
Boy, that is a sharp car.
Oh, what a package.
Man, oh, man. Thanks for the rundown on the paint, too. $28,000 buys it. The whole package looks fantastic. So next up, a 1982 Silverado will grace the center of the red carpet here at Mecum, Kansas City.
Yeah, and this kind of falls into the same category of other custom Chevy pickups that we've seen with powertrain and paint and wheels, kind of headlining the modifications. That's an LS there, as we see so many times. With an automatic transmission, Willwood disc brakes front and rear with drilled and slotted rotors. You get a look at them right there if you can kind of peek between the spokes of those 22-inch wheels. Tubular front suspension. The suspension's been lowered 3 inches. Give that low and hungry look. It's got AC in there, yeah.
You see those little mini spikes in that in the center of the wheel there?
Yes, yes. Yeah, you have to look real close, but very nice.
Not enough to put you in any danger, but
no.
they kind of...
Yeah, no, the lug nuts just kind of dresses them up a little bit.
And $17,000. We'll take care of that. All right, rolling or getting ready to roll up. 1964 Plymouth Barracuda. This is selling at no reserve. And how about a little history book lesson here, Bill? How cool is this?
Oh, Scott, you have no idea. Let me tell you, I dig this car so much. 1964. The Mustang got all of the headlines, all of the media coverage, all of the hoopla, but a couple of weeks earlier, Plymouth said, hey, we've got a pony car over here, and this was it. And this is the optional 273 cubic inch engine. You see, it's got a lot of the original paint, or what looks like the original paint, flaking off, so they didn't really spend a lot of time detailing the engine, but that's okay with me. This has been garage kept for the last 25 years. Push button, torque flight in there. And the outside of this has had one repaint, but that was applied many years ago. This really is just a fantastic job of preservation and restoration. Original 13-inch wheels, white wall tires with those optional wheel covers.
Very cool.
I'm digging this car.
$11,000.
Oh.
I remember when we were in Anaheim a few years ago, I was walking down the street and one happened to come out of the Disneyland parking lot. And I just stopped.
Yeah, you will.
And just watched that car go. It was amazing.
And that incredible rear window that was so, emblematic of that car.
Indeed. Okay, 1984 Mustang GT Turbo. That's what we've got on the block.
Yeah, we're going 20 years into the future for this. The GT Turbo is a 2.3-liter inline 4. Only 145 horsepower. And you remember back in 1984, Detroit was kind of coming out of the doldrums in terms of horsepower on automobiles. Things got a lot better over the next few years. This with a 5-speed manual with overdrive and a traction lock rear end. That's been added with a 345 set of gears in the back. Oxford white, black lower body. You see the custom wheels with the bright work on the rim, and the black spoked pattern in the middle. And again, not a car that just about anybody in this building right now might not be able to afford.
$6,500.
Yep, I was just going to say, 1984, I'm thinking what General Motors was dishing out in terms of performance, and even Chrysler. And a car like this actually was kind of popular with the street rats.
And now this was pre-SVO, right?
Yep. Yes.
This was just getting exciting. And so wild to think that they came back all these years later to the Turbo for the Mustang.
Yeah, SVO, I think 93 might have been the first year that John Coletti and those Renegades got together.
All right, let's move on. Before we get back to the block, let's check in down the way with Chris Jacobs hanging out in the 303 staging lane.
Yes, sir, Scott Hoke. Well, the genius of Chrysler Corporation lead designer Virgil Exner is on full display in this 1961 Dodge Dart Pioneer. The design of this car is just groundbreaking. Check out that 318 under the hood. That was the standard engine option for this car. But it's not about what was under the hood with this car. It was all about design. Check out these lines. Quite a controversial design, as a matter of fact, especially these rear tail fins, the way they swoop down the side and up and around the back. Those really cool futuristic tail lights. All these things were quite polarizing. You either loved it or you hated it. I happen to love the design of this car, and this forward look that Virgil Exner was famous for, this is right in the midst of it. You can see the push-button trans there. That was an option backing up to 318. That shine through Speedo, the dash-mounted rear-view mirror, that really cool Art Deco steering wheel. Just an amazing car, blue over blue, and get a load of these color-matched wheels as well with the poverty caps on there. Really a good look for this 1961 Dodge Dart Pioneer. Such a cool design. Love it. Love Virgil Exner. And I can't wait to hear what Bill has to say about this car when it crosses the block in just a little bit, Scott.
Well, Bill is coming up with a plan and some commentary just for that car. We'll take a break, and we're going to see it here in a few minutes. Thank you, Chris. Back with more from Bartle Hall in Kansas City in a second. So good to have you with us today on this Friday in Kansas City, Bartle Hall. We've been coming here ever since 2009, and Mecum has been coming here for 30 years or more. And so it is a long-standing tradition, Mecum and Kansas City. And we are so thankful that you folks are watching today, and many of you have seen so many different telecasts that we've had over the years here from Bartle Hall, and traditional season-ending program here, and it's a lot of fun. Here's an SL class, SL 550 now, from 2007.
Yeah, so you buy this car and you take it home and you invite your friends over and say, hey, look at this beautiful 2020 Mercedes that I just bought.
As you watch reruns of Top Gear, right?
Right. And they would not know that that car is a lot older than that. 2007 S-Class, the SL 550, 5.5 liter V8, 362 horse, and still just a show-stopping design.
High bid of $12,000. Well, here's one for you, Bill. Not all Mustangs have V8s. We know that very well. From 1966, here is one with a little 200 cube inline six still in that engine room.
Well, if that engine could talk, it would probably say, hey, I'll gladly get out of the way if you want to put a V8 in here. But you know what? This car is so original, even me, even I might decide not to do that.
Okay.
You're right about that inline six. We do not see many of them in this kind of condition. This restoration is really sensational. Automatic transmission, full wheel covers. As you can see, those are the original full wheel covers that came on those Mustangs. Yeah, some white wall tires. Not a whole lot of modifications of any kind to talk about here. Just a well-maintained car.
And this would be a great place to start, Scott, for a family looking for a fun restoration project.
Exactly.
You look at how many parts are available for these,
Oh, boy.
and the technology that has finally met some of these older projects. It's just phenomenal what's out there.
You see the two speakers in the package tray. That may be the only thing they've upgraded, the audio here.
Maybe.
But everything else is, you know, true to form, man. It's really cool.
Parts, oh my God, parts. You know, just NPD alone. Give you anything you want for any Mustang.
Right. Bid is 15 grand on it.
Yeah, this was actually the last year for this this design on the Mustang. 67, things changed quite a bit.
Right.
67, 68, then 69, big changes.
Sure. They went every 2 years until they got to 71. 71, 2, and 3 were very similar because of what was coming next in 1974.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Just between us girls.
I like that you whisper it even
Right.
still.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. 68 Firebird is ready to go. So are we. This is one of 90-plus vehicles here that are selling at no reserve today.
Second year for the Firebird. This one has been played with. They took a 400 high output V-block V8 and they bored it. They stroked it. They hit it. They banged it. They stretched it to 468 cubic inches, 525 horsepower. Yow. And it's got a 770, and since it's Christmas season, Holly Jolly carburetor on it.
Okay.
All right. Edelbrock intake, Hedman headers. Oh, yeah. Definitely breathed on a lot. MSD ignition. 373 power traction, limited rear end.
Scott, luckily those Willwood brakes will actually help you stop all that power.
Rutledge, take a look at those traction bars underneath the back there.
What a time to be alive.
You could put those on John Force's funny car. Wow, those are rugged-looking traction bars.
Pretty stout they are.
Yep.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, those are heftier than most we see.
Is
I
it here
remember
this
when I turned
weekend?
16, started going
Is
to
it here
car
this
shows, and I
weekend?
would see those
That-
on a
the other
lot of
car.
S10 trucks.
Is
Now
it here
that's
this
my
weekend?
friends. Does
All
that
right.
thing make
I
enough
said,
power?
I really wanted to
use
sell you
those?
one
And
so
they
if
said,
you're going
no,
to-
not on these.
You don't want
but
43 before you go?
there are some cars that do.
Oh, yeah. Well, those solid axle Camaros and Firebirds, you step on the gas, you get that wheel.
$42,000 to the internet.
And the next stop is the speed shop to get some traction bars.
It's hard to find sound effects like that.
Oh, he brings his own. He brings his own every week, man. He just doesn't share them with all of us, which is kind of sad. 42,000, by the way, no reserve for that Firebird. 1949 Merc next, another no reserve car.
Flathead in it and a column shifted 3-speed manual. Put air ride suspension in this too. They got a trunk mounted tank and compressor. There you see the flathead right there. Polished out a little bit. Definitely a non-original induction system there. This is kind of like a mild lead sled.
Yeah.
You know, just a few of the things that we would expect to see on a full-blown lead sled without a lot of that extra body work. And,
right.
You know, the
wild graphics and
louvers
stuff,
and what have you. Yes.
I love that visor. Seeing this thing laid out in the staging lanes, watching people just flock to it.
Yep.
You know, air ride done right is just really special how it can add to a vehicle.
Yep.
And I dig that this is still a 3-speed. You know, it's not there for power, but for the fun of it, it'd be a great time.
And those hubcaps, those 1957 Cadillac hubcaps, have wound up on more of these late 40s and early 50s Mercuries than I could even count.
Okay, this one gavels for 29,000, as you can see on the screen there. And another Mustang coming up. This 1965. This is a C code with that 289 under the hood.
Yep, 200 horse, 289. This one fully restored. Got a dress-up kit on the engine. You'll see that. Oh, a chrome export bar there. And some other little upgrades. Aluminum radiator, keep it cool. Automatic transmission behind that 289. Chrome, style steel wheels as we see the interior there. That's all original. That looks great. Rangoon red outside. You see the white pony interior. Just did. Wood rim steering wheel and wood grain interior.
I wasn't getting
as
off the phone with you. I was going to ask you, want to be 50? 48. Okay. All right, we got 48, sir. We're in at 48.
That's Gus Kozar.
Hopefully everyone else is slowed down or out. So let's, come on, last call. Come on. And we're starting to get, all right, so 49 is bid, sir. 50, sir. You came in this far. One more time. 49.5. Okay.
2 bidders on the phone.
That difference between 50. Hopefully it's wearing them out, but everyone's always scared of that 50 number.
Tell you, that's one really cool thing about buying a car via the phone. You have one of our consignment agents like Gus and others really talking you through the process in real time as you bid on a car.
I've got 49.5. 49.5. I've got 9.5 right there. You got to be 50. 50.
Watch this later on TV. I'll be the guy on posing for you. Hopefully you're better looking than me, but you know. All right, sir, you got that one, sir. Congratulations.
And Gus's guy did get it.
You were, well, yeah, so what happens now? What happens
Very
now?
nice.
They're going to email you.
Good looking car too. Well done, whoever's on the other end of that phone. Okay, we'll move to a 1940 Chevy. It's a Master Deluxe 2-door sedan.
Yep, and it's a hot rod. Put a V8 in there, automatic transmission. And oh, well, let's get to work on that detailing, guys, shall we? That's going to be real pretty when it's all cleaned up, I'll tell you that. I'm not volunteering.
No, I understand.
Good, okay. We see digital gauges there, aftermarket steering column and wheel and shifter. Torque thrust wheels, those are the torque thrust 2s that come in chrome or polished.
And Bill, you probably saw that tweed interior. This has some real strong kind of 90s early street rods vibes with that Dakota Digital too, with the blue readout.
Get you at 19. You got to be 20. You're 19.
You're right. You know, Rutledge, we do that. You can almost always tell basically the time frame that a custom is done just by what it has, the finished product, what they used, and how they used it.
There it is. $19,000 is all it took to buy that 1940 Chevy. Oh, good crowd here today, as usual, on a Friday afternoon, Kansas City. Man, it is chilly. It was colder yesterday, but chilly. I always joke about this building because they open the big doors at either end. It's a quarter of a mile from one end to the other, and when the wind comes through here, man, you can actually measure the wind chill in the building.
You're not exaggerating.
It's the only venue that gets that cold. We're all dressed for the warm weather, or for the cold weather, rather, and this 99 Corvette just brought 16 grand, Bill.
If I ever had a C5 Corvette, that's the way it would look. That black, the polished wheels, and a 6-speed, 345 horse, 5.7. That's my C5 of my dreams.
Boom. Right on. Okay, here we go. 1961 Dodge Dart Pioneer that Chris previewed a little bit earlier.
Well, Chris wanted to hear my comments here on the design, and I have to agree with him that this design was certainly groundbreaking for Chrysler. The bad news was it didn't sell that well. And Virgil Exner was actually cut loose from Chrysler at the end of 1961. But people will tell you that's because the car sold so bad, Chrysler needed a scapegoat, and poor Virgil Exner, their great designer, was the victim of that. The 61 Plymouth, also very controversial in its styling. And so this car right here, as we're looking at it, is very appealing to me with that mono paint scheme, the body, the wheels. Everything about it. I'd love to put a late model Hemi in that. Boy, that would be fun to have. But in the meantime, Elwood Engel came in and was the head of design at Chrysler shortly thereafter. So Virgil Exner, he went out with a bang, that's for sure.
Boy, did he ever. The chrome trim and the fins, or whatever you want to call those, it looks like they unwound a giant paper clip.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean.
That net's 22.
Yeah, we've made jokes about the 61 Plymouth before.
Sure, yes.
But you know what? They were trying to be an alternative to General Motors, and it didn't seem like anything Mopar could do could compete with Harley Earl over there.
Well, that one goes 18.5, and let's send it over to Danielle Trotta, hanging out again in the 303 staging lane. DT.
Scott, you said it's a great crowd on hand, and you can really see it not just over by the block, but here in the staging lanes as well. There are people everywhere. I was just talking to a gentleman about this beautiful 1972 Corvette coupe. He said he's owned a lot of them and really has his eye on this one. It's only a few cars from you guys, and it's special, he said, for a number of reasons. The highly original condition. You take a look under the hood, places that, you know, real Corvette collectors can tell. He said it's not shimmed out down by the control arms. You see a lot of the originality here, everything under the hood. He loves the big block. You got that 454 cubic inch V8 engine, the original paint, this war yellow bonnet color. Inside, the seats have been redone, but it's that original style saddle leather interior. But you see a lot of the originality inside and out. Really beautiful push button radio. You do have the factory air. I'm not sure how much it'll go for or how many are going to bid on it, Scott, but this one is beautiful. And again, highly original condition, which we always look for here at Mecum.
No question about that.
Send it over to Chris Jacobs.
All right, thanks, Danielle. Well, from 1972 Chevrolet, let's rewind 7 years to a different division of GM in this 65 Oldsmobile 442. You're getting a look at the original 400 right there, and this is a 442 in the original nomenclature of the phrase. 4-barrel carburetor, 4-speed transmission, and dual exhaust. And you know what? There's a theme developing with my previews today. This is yet another monochrome car, red exterior over red interior. Getting a look at the highly original interior there, and you can see the 4-speed shift knob. This is bucket seats with no center console. and those very iconic Oldsmobile wheels there wrapped up in the radial GTs. Really, really nice example of a probably mostly left alone car. Highly original, a little bit of touches done. I can see stereo. These things are vintage now, Pyramid Gold series. I mean, good Lord, those scream 80s. But if I had to have a 442, 65 might be the year that I would want. This thing's coming across the block just a little bit, Scott.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Good catch on that. We'll see it here in a few minutes for sure. Right now for us, 1940 Buick. That's on the block.
So, Scott, from your vantage point, what color is that car?
Well, from my vantage point, it looks black.
Yeah, me too.
But it's not.
No. That is the darkest burgundy paint, I think, ever allowed without prescription. That is really dark. 350 small block with a 700 R4 automatic. Air ride underneath to vary that ride height. Power brakes, wire wheels. They've added AC. A couple of other power goodies, windows and seat, and a tilt steering column.
You know, there's a lot of purple there. I don't know if I'd go burgundy or not, but either way, you've got to get it in the right light, and I would love to see how that looks in the sunshine, Bill.
Yeah, you probably see more of the color out there than in here.
It's gorgeous. Okay, 1999 Jeep Cherokee Sport. That's going to be up next.
Powered by the indestructible 4-liter inline 6-cylinder engine. This one with an automatic transmission. I get a manual in these two. Of course, it's got 4-wheel drive, as any Jeep worth its salt will have. There you see how clean it is underneath the hood there. But this has got some mileage on it. Odometer reading over 119,000 miles. So this one is being presented almost in as-new condition. Look at that interior. Oh, man, wipe off your feet before you get into that Jeep.
These XJs have really just, people have loved these and loved these and loved these for so long, and now it's almost getting to the, like, it was the parents, then it was the children, now it's almost the grandchildren level of how many people can use these and enjoy these, because there's so many aftermarket parts available.
Yes, sir.
They're all going to eat a head gasket somewhere between 170 and 180. Other than that, you're good to go.
But it's so easy. It's an inline 6. You can get right to it.
And it gaddles for 10 grand. That's it. How about that? All right. Big block C3 Corvette time here, brother Bill.
1970, that 454, the debut year, was a torque monster. Even the base 454. These cars just, exemplified the whole spirit of the Corvette. And then several years later, they began transitioning from the street eliminator category into the grand touring cruising car. Very well presented under the hood there. Now, this is not the car that Danielle just showed us a little while ago. That was a 72. This is a 70.
Right.
This one with the automatic transmission, like the one that you showed us. Tilt telescopic steering column, just one of the options, has the AM/FM radio and power disc brakes, and presented in as original condition.
Hey, it's just money.
They
you
did
get
not
to keep
build
the car.
the LS7 454 that everybody was just hankering for. There were actually ads in the magazines. The 460 horsepower 454 is coming, and it didn't. They did not build any, just one.
It's got 32 over there. 33, guys. They're slowing down the Corvette.
33, and they're still bidding. We're still working. Got 33,000. I mean, you look to reserve it.
Yeah.
It could go up if they know it's for sale. But got 33. Yep.
Okay, the reserve comes off at 33.
Bring that thing home. No, don't celebrate too far.
Yeah, you were talking about that big block.
Hey, now you can go. Hey!
The LS5 was the only one available in 70, and then the LS6 after that. You're right. And I think that group of folks is happy at 33,000. Huh? They like it. They should. Good car.
Oh, man, yeah.
Really good. Okay, 1981. Pontiac Trans Am. This is a real deal SE, the special edition.
Yeah, the Y84, here we go with the WS6 package, 400 cube V8, automatic transmission. But by 1981, the 400 cubic inch engine was pretty much being taken behind the barn. We saw those turbo motors come in. This one with the T-tops on it. Had some upgrades made to it, including some new carpeting inside. Has PHS documents to go along with it too. But not the bone-crushing horsepower ratings that we were so happy to see from Pontiac not too many years earlier. They were down around a couple of hundred. That was about it. But when you talk about Trans Ams, this is the color scheme and the motif most people think of. You know, the black with the gold and the whole bandit motif.
Okay, 27 is going to be the high bid on the Trans Am. So we will take a look at another car from 1940. We had several already today. 1940 Ford Custom. Which one of you guys had this at the top of the show? That was you.
I knew Bill was going to like this. I think that's why I was drawn to it, because it's got that Hemi under the hood that was punched out to a 439. It's got air conditioning on there. It's on a Fat Man chassis, Willwood brakes all the way around. And you can kind of see that really mild ghost flame that's on the outside of this. It matches that nice kind of almost a caramel interior. You can see, look at that. Oh, so well done. Ghost flames, you know, are hard for people to kind of get just right. And I think, to me, this is textbook, just perfectly layered in there, a hint of flames to it. But Bill, it's got a really nice stance. You know it's going to drive well on that Fat Man chassis.
Yep.
6-speed to back it all up. That's a monster.
I don't think I'm going out on a limb to say that the 1940 Ford and the 1932 Fords are probably the most popular vintage Fords for hot rodding. I mean, it's just no question about it. And my eyes were drawn to those wild accessory brackets that come up out of the engine like that. It's It's like one was for the AC compressor. Was the other the alternator?
Yes.
Okay.
High output alternator on that other side. I said the same thing. I was drawn to it when I saw it with the hood up. But you know, kind of a nicer, not skinnies and fatties out back, but it definitely lets you know this thing's going to light up those rear tires. How they have it. It's a nice stance. Cool ride.
Yeah. By the way, my Hungarian gypsy grandmother says after 3 glasses of wine, all cars have ghost flames.
True that.
Oh, dear. I forgot about that good quote from hers.
Oh, yeah.
I saw it on quotes.com once.
I don't know if she knows that.
53, by the way, bought the previous car, and we're moving on to a 72 Corvette that Danielle had for us a little while ago.
Good work, Danielle. Nice description. You pretty much nailed everything on this car that makes it collectible. It is thoroughly original. Original matching numbers, 454. 72, the horsepower was down. I mean, we weren't even toting 300 horsepower by then. But of course, in 72, we're talking about the way they changed the horsepower ratings, and we're watching the compression ratios come down and things like that. This has power steering, you know, the power disc brakes that they pretty much all had by then. Rally wheels, war bonnet yellow, as Danielle had mentioned. Yeah, just a really straight, original Corvette. And right now it's pretty much market correct. And there's the reserve coming off.
Bill, in the history of Corvettes, why do you think down on power from the factory in the early 70s?
Because of what was happening in the automotive industry in this country, unfortunately. You know, the compression ratios coming down. Mileage was now more important than horsepower for most cars. And, you know, we were kind of changing as a country as to what we wanted in our cars. The baby boomers now are not young kids that want horsepower. They're 35, 40. Now they want the comfortable car with the air conditioning and all that stuff.
Let's not forget about that other prong of the insurance industry weighing in as well. And, you know, these high horsepower cars were more dangerous. The insurance companies didn't want to cover those potential losses.
Exactly, which is why a lot of the manufacturers started building cars that looked really powerful. You know, hey, but the powertrains less so.
This checks that box, and it sold, Scott.
$21,000. Yes, indeed. Danielle, thank you very much. We moved to 1950 Pontiac Chieftain now. And this is a custom build, but man, it's an older build, but hard to tell how old. It's really nicely done.
The parade of custom cars continues. And the ever familiar small block Chevy V8 there with aluminum cylinder heads and the 700 R4 overdrive automatic transmission. Just take a look at it as the camera swings around and kind of drinking what they've done, all hand fabricated in there. The dash, the console, shaved door handles outside, a real smoothie as you can see. Even the wheels, kind of a smoothie treatment on those as well. They're from Billet Specialties.
Mm-hmm. Those things look great. It was interesting to see how they used the LEDs on this car, because in some ways they cleaned up the front end. You saw that Chieftain emblem there at the bottom of the front, but then in the back they almost have a Cadillac-esque setup with that rear LED strip, but really nicely done. It's attracted a lot of folks over in the staging lanes.
Yeah, featured on the cover and inside a Rod and Custom magazine at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at that and I think about Gene Winfield and, you know, the Alexander brothers and all the Barris, of course, that any automotive car show, custom car show would have something like that in it that those guys would have built.
Yeah, really nice job of incorporating the bumper into the body of the car. There's no split there.
Integrated,
it just rolls right into that body design.
Right, filled all the seams. Those look like late model Eldorado taillights in there.
We need to take a break. We'll be back with more from Kansas City after this. Stay with us. Welcome back to Kansas City. A couple of 1970 big block Chevelles in our lineup this weekend. Here's one of them, and it is an absolute beauty. Fathom blue with black interior. Just recently completed with the restoration, and that will be headed to the block here a bit later on today here at Bartle Hall. Good look at our crowd here, both on the floor and in the grandstands, and they are taking a look at a 99 Plymouth Prowler here at the moment.
Talk about an acquired taste. Some people love them. Some people were saying, you know, if you want to build a hot rod, why would I buy one from a Plymouth dealer? But yet, a lot of people did. This one with a 253 horsepower, 3.5 liter V6, as they all had, and an automatic transmission.
There's a Chip Foose connection to that car. They pretty much based this car on his senior project at Art Center.
Oh, which eventually became the Prowler.
Well,
I guess, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And then he was able to years later come back and see his own vision through with the Foose Coupe.
Foose Coupe, I remember that car.
Didn't the Beach Boys sing about that? Little Foose Coupe?
Next car, Scott, please. Let's just move along.
All right, 86 Pontiac Grand Prix Aero Coupe. That's what we have.
This is the car General Motors wanted to build in order to make their NASCAR super speedway automobiles more aero-friendly. They also had the Chevy Monte Carlo, of course, that had that same rear roof line as well. And this one, 11,000 miles, can that be? Wow. Now, these cars were a little underpowered. They didn't spend a lot of time at General Motors putting monster engines in them. And a lot of these cars got transplants because they lent themselves so well to having crate motors dropped in. But this one is in excellent condition, and it's going to sell.
And it just did. How about that? On cue for $28,000.
I would have to say that's probably at the top of the market for Aero Coupes. We've seen a few of them come through the auctions. That's a very good price for that car.
That's a terrific car, though. Very cool. 1995 Toyota Land Cruiser. Rutledge there, giving it a once-over.
You guys know I'm excited about this. Anytime I see a Land Cruiser, this is an FJ80, and this one's done really well. There's a lot of nice touches on it. Still has the original 4.5 inline six in here. Inside, there's been some nice touches. That's a new steering wheel from the Emirates, where these vehicles are, of course, very popular over there as well. They've done some nice things on the outside. Mild lift. They've got some nice rock sliders on here. Those are 17-inch steel wheels from an FJ Cruiser, and it's got an ARB. It's about a 2-inch lift on there. We saw the ARB bumper up front with the winch as well. But, you know, these vehicles have grown a lot in value, especially ones that have been taken care of like this one has. It's showing, I think, a little over 180,000 miles, Chris. This would be a fun cruiser.
Well, what's cool is they upgraded it using componentry from other Toyotas, which is a really great way to do it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you see how many smart kind of things happen with these Toyotas over the years and how people use them. When you put a big safari rack on there, room for the family. I always loved those back windows that had the sliders. Always thought those were cool.
Well, the high bid here on the Toyota, $25,000. Another Corvette here from 1974. Yeah, you can still get a big block in a Corvette in 1974, Bill Stevens.
Yep, for the last time.
I know, man. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Well, I owned 3 1974 Corvettes over the years, but they were all small blocks. I never had the big block, but I did have the L82 small block in mind. But be that as it may be, these big block cars, the transmission, the 4-speed transmission in this is becoming more rare. A lot of the C3 Corvettes during this time were switching over to automatics, and the horsepower on these engines hovering around 210, 225, something like that. This has had a mechanical refresh this year. Looks good. New air conditioning thrown in there. A lot of other parts have been replaced, maintained. New brake calipers and pads and brake hoses, so the brake system is all factory new. Rally wheels. And very well presented. 74, that's the first year that we went rubber ducky, both front and rear. And then in 75, you'll notice on 75s, they don't have that seam down the middle on that rear rubber piece.
And ready for the road with that luggage rack on the trunk. I always love seeing those on Corvettes.
Yep. If Todd and Buzz were still traveling Route 66, that's probably what they'd have on their Corvette.
And Bill, when you say rubber ducky, you're talking about those kind of rubber urethane bumpers that they started running on these?
Yes. Yep, that was a time when all the manufacturers were adjusting to the fact that they were going to have to put 5-mile-an-hour bumpers on both ends of the car. And some did it better than others. We'll leave it at that.
Easy way to spot those bumpers is that just some of them have that slight discoloration because the paint doesn't quite adhere as well to the rubber bumpers as it does to the fiberglass.
Worked in a body shop. One of the toughest things in the world is to repaint those rubber pieces to get them to match and for the paint to stick.
Hammer price at $19K for the Corvette from 74. From 1954, here's a Ford Crestline convertible.
Crestline, mainline, custom line. Those were the trim levels in 1954. On your Fords, this one, the Crestline. Whoa, hello, that's a 5.0 in there. Nice. All right, automatic transmission as well. But outside the car, this kind of looks like the way that the kids that bought these cars back in the 50s would do a little reworking on them. You saw the spinner hubcaps. Those are actually Oldsmobile OEM hubcaps at all 4 corners. It's got cruiser skirts in the back.
And a little bit newer seats, it looks like, in there. And the rears have been done to kind of match them. But again, a tasteful, a little something different. You get rid of the bench up front, a little something to hold you a tiny bit better there.
Yeah. Yeah, back in the 50s, if you wanted to put bucket seats in your Ford or your Chevy or your Custom, not a lot of cars had bucket seats, so where do you get them? So this obviously was something that was done more recently.
Guys, the reserve is off, and I am jazzed for someone. I wish it was me. What a great cruiser this would be. For that kind of money, wow.
Yeah.
With that 5.0 under the hood, not just a cruiser, it's got some get up and go.
Oh, yeah. I apologize. I was so excited I slapped the desk there, but sometimes you just, I don't know how else to say it.
17's bid, 18. 18.
Okay, they've got 18 on this car now. Yeah.
19. On the crest
That's
line.
Alex McLaughlin in the upper left-hand corner.
Yes.
20.
20.
Yo!
Oh, his guy wants it. They both want it.
Come on. Appreciate it, Thank you very much.
Oh, man, that car needs a pair of fuzzy dice on the rearview mirror so badly.
I got 21 right.
Got another bidder jumped into the mix here, I think.
22. 21, baby, 22. So, $21,000.
Okay. $21,000. They will drive that one home or perhaps trailer it home from here in Kansas City. Our coverage live today on ESPN Plus will continue here in just a moment. Stay with us. Hey, we are back live with a 62 Corvette, Bill. Really cool. White, black interior just sold for $62,000.
Yep, two-top car. Yes, sir. That's a soft top. The hard top you see right there. 300 horse, 327. And they've upgraded a couple of parts and pieces. Well bought indeed.
I'll say. 1951 F1 is right behind it from Ford. This has been totally gone through, Brother Bill.
Yes, indeed it has. Now, obviously, you can see that it has been hot rodded to a degree. Still has a flathead in it, though. Sure does. Manual transmission, the 3-speed. Red on the outside, black on the inside. MSD ignition has been added for a little bit more pop out of that flathead. And the see the upgraded wheels here, the Krager SS wheels.
I believe that was recently involved in a Christmas card photo shoot.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Yep, with a big Christmas tree set up in the bed.
Yeah.
And some maybe some holly hanging off the door handles.
Yeah. You're in the Christmas spirit.
Actually, I'm making myself sick here.
Oh, no.
Going a little bit too far,
okay.
But go ahead.
Next up is Camaro from 2010. It's a Camaro Super Sport, and boy, did the Chevrolet rock the world in 2010 when these returned to the bow tie lineup, huh?
Yeah, lost count of the generations. I do know that 2010 ushered in the penultimate generation, of course. 2015, another change came along. This has got the supercharged 6.2 with an Edelbrock E4 supercharger. Big power there, 6-speed manual. They got twin disc high performance clutches, 2 discs in there from McLeod, so that'll hook up. Brembo GT high performance big brake system, so that car will stop as well as go. And Nitto drag radials. So all the way through that car, it's set up to just hunker right down and get her done.
And a high bid of $18,000 for that Camaro. 1952 now brings us to another Chevy. This is Style Line Sedan.
Very tasty hot rods coming through here today. Here's the latest, small block 350, just a little mild camshaft added in there, so not a whole lot of extra grunt, just enough, well detailed underneath there. See a lot of that chrome and some of the polish work done as well. 700 R4 automatic, vintage air, power steering. Up front, the Mustang 2 front suspension system we see a lot of. Gives you a better ride and a little bit more flexibility with what you want to do up there in terms of brakes. Add some power front disc brakes as they have on this car.
And Bill, I got to be honest, I saw this one in the staging lanes this morning. That bright blue paint just calling my name. I want to give a shout out to our driver of this car who is rocking the green Vans that happen to match the Mecum hat.
I saw those kicks.
I was impressed, Scott.
Yes.
I thought, you know what, that's the extra, that's a bonus point right there.
There you go. That's a great shot.
You know, that's no accident.
Thank you, Wilfredo, for taking us back to the interior of that car. Well done. You know what? I didn't even know they made, those must be custom Vans. Maybe. I didn't know they made them in that color.
It's like a Mecum driver green.
Mecum hat green.
Yeah, I like
it. 25 is our bid on this 52 Chevy. Tell you what, the closer that car is, it's going right in front of us right now. The closer I see that blue paint, man, that is Hall of Fame material, guys.
How far off from the official color of the Scott Hoke Hot Rod Association?
Oh, that is Scott Hoke blue all day long.
And they really did a nice job with that interior. That color paired really well, and we're seeing that.
Yep, 27,000 just bought the car. That's a well-bought Chevy. Right there.
Oh,
I think that's really nice.
That is ageless.
Moving on now to 2003, 50th anniversary Corvette.
Well, 1953, the Corvette had a little 6-cylinder, 150 horsepower, only had a Power Glide automatic transmission, 2-speed. And not very sophisticated in how the architecture was built. And now here we go, 50 years later, what a difference. 5.7 liter LS1, 350 horsepower, automatic transmission, a high-tech automatic transmission with very quick and slick shifting. Thanks to that General Motors technology. Silver exterior on the outside. Remember that first Corvette, you only get one color. By 1955, 56, 57, more colors were available. But what a difference in those 50 years for the Chevrolet Corvette.
And now we've gone past 70 years. You see this car for $16,500, and who knows what the next generation of Corvette is going to bring us, but we all are anxious to find out. 1963 Thunderbird will be up next.
1963, the last year for the Bullet Birds. 64 brought in the Square Birds. This one, how about this? You know, I always have said, and I think I made a point of this in Las Vegas, that if you take any collectible car, put a really high-end black paint on it, and a set of wheels, bright work wheels, chrome polished, whatever. This one, of course, you can see it has the wire wheels, the Kelsey Hayes wire wheels on it. You don't have to do much more to really get people to stop in their tracks, and this one certainly proves that. This one, by the way, has the sports roadster tonneau. This is not a real sports roadster, or else we'd see bidding much higher than this, but it's got the look.
Yeah, and that's pretty well done for the kind of fitment of it. Looks right. A slight discoloration of the tops of the leather because it would have been done at different times. But what a neat ride.
Getting close to the money, I think. I think we're going to sell this Thunderbird.
$27,500 is the current money.
390 V8, by the way. That became the signature engine for those Thunderbirds back at that time period. Well, as I say at the racetrack, don't tear up your tickets yet.
Yep.
32.
32 is the target for the Mecum rule.
Under the weather?
Might be time for meet in the middle. 30 might sell it. Won't get there.
Okay, 27.5 as you mentioned, and we will let that head to the bid goes on desk and bring out a 1964 Corvair Monza Club Coupe.
And we don't see a whole lot of these little guys here at the Mecum auctions, but they're always fun to see. This is the turbo 110 horsepower, 164 cubic inch engine.
Hang on a second. They've gone back to the T-Bird, Bill. Hold that thought. The reserve came off, and I think 27 or 28,000 ended up buying that car.
They didn't want me to be wrong, so it's sold.
They're always thinking about you, man.
I love those people.
Yes. Okay, now pick up your train of thought with this 64 Corvair.
Oh, can I pick it up? Because I think Wilfredo was just making sure we all still remembered that the engine was in the back of the Corvair. So I love that he showed us how beautiful that front trunk or the frunk was. But, Bill, we didn't see a ton of these in the turbo. You know, this was in that kind of mindset, right, that, well, if the 911 has a rear engine, maybe we can make one and it'll be air-cooled and it'll be awesome too.
Yeah. What a story for the Corvair. You know, when they first announced they were going to build it, people were beginning to call it the poor man's Corvette. Of course, it never really approached that level. And then, of course, the Volkswagen Bug was coming into this country and making a splash, and soon to follow other small imported cars with rear-mounted engines. And so here we go, Chevrolet decided, you know, we can do that, maybe do it a little bit better. But boy, after the first couple of years of selling a whole bunch, that curve really kind of flattened and then went in the wrong direction, and we had to say goodbye.
So we got to take a break after the Corvair. We'll be back with our live coverage rolling on from Bartle Hall here in KC in just a moment. Welcome back to Kansas City and Bartle Hall here on ESPN Plus. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth. Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood out and about in this cavernous building, and we're working on a 1968 Camaro, Bill, with a current bid of $20,000, but going up even as we speak, I think.
Yeah, we'll talk about this car, then I want to go back to that Corvette real quick. Anyway, this one does have a small block 350 with headers and an automatic transmission set up for racing. Has a B&M shifter in there as well. The reserve is off, and we're just a second away from the gavel.
There it is.
Yeah.
Now, Corvair, what? You gonna add something?
Yeah, because the consignor, I think, was a little confused when they put together the sheet here that we are supplied with. That was not a turbo engine. That was the turbo air engine, which was not necessarily turbocharged back then. That was a non-turbo engine, 110 horsepower. The turbo engines had 150, so I feel better now.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for clearing that up.
I'm glad I did.
All right. Here's another Corvette, 1968, kicked off the C3 era for Chevrolet in the Corvette.
Small block, 327, the final year for the 327, and 350 the following year with a 4-speed. Rally red, black interior. Love those T-tops in these C3s. There you see the 4-speed. All of the original equipment there in the interior. No hanky-panky there. Raised white letter tires from the aftermarket. On the rally wheels. Pretty car.
Our auctioneer, Russ Conklin, up there now, has the bid at $28,000.
I think we'd have to get a little closer to 30 to get a gavel. We'll see.
You guys want to be 30?
There we go. Little closer to 30, like you say, and we're a grand away from it. The reserve comes off.
What 24.
Congratulations, man. Thank you. Is that for you? Is that for you?
I'll maybe grab here.
All right, nicely done. $28,000 is going to end up being the official hammer price for that Corvette. Let's take a look at a 73 Nova and see what kind of work they've done to this one, Bill.
Yeah, really didn't overthink this build at all. Put the 350 there, as you'll see right there. Open element air cleaner, cast iron intake manifold. So we weren't going for ultra high performance right here, just something reliable that has a little kick. Automatic transmission. Take a look inside. Yep, black bucket seat interior and vinyl. And an accessory gauge there poking out of the dashboard. This has got SS badges on it, just for show. Not a super sport.
Guys, another one of these ones that I just love getting here early and getting to go check everything out. This one has that weird thing where it's not the prettiest car in the world, but it is tough. And people are attracted to that kind of just, it's a little bit muscly. It's not the prettiest one in the ride, but there's just something cool about it that I think really speaks to people.
Hey, they even put a Nicky Chevrolet badge on the deck lid just for us.
Yep. Just a little masquerading.
Yeah. And it hammers for $23,000. Right now, it's time for us to check in with Danielle Trotta.
Yeah, Scott Hoke, I'm with two very special high school students. This is Adrian and Tame. They're from north side of Kansas City, and they won the Apex competition last week in Las Vegas for disassembling and reassembling a Chevy 350 engine in record time, beating out other teams in 1 hour and 44 minutes. Adrian, tell me, what were some of the challenges in this competition for you and your teammate here, Tame?
So our biggest challenges were the tools. We only had one extension for each size of the ratchets we had. And another big challenge was a lot of the marking of the pistons, because at the end we kind of got the pistons mixed up, and that was one of the biggest problems and time-consuming things, and we had to overcome and get through that problem. Yeah.
And competition, communication is key, right? And you and Tame worked so well together. Tame, what is the sense of pride and accomplishment for you and Adrian after winning this competition?
Honestly, I feel it was well-deserved. You know, we spent a lot of time that wasn't school time on building and disassembling the engines and understanding it. Me and him took a lot of time together without the teacher just to gain some chemistry together, and it just feels great that like all that hard work that you spent on something didn't go to waste, and yeah, it just felt great, honestly.
And Apex is really helping showcase the next generation of folks that are going to work on all the cars here that cross the block at Mecum that we love to buy and drive on the road. Quickly, Adrian, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I'd like to be a diesel technician or anything in the diesel field.
All right, and Tame, what about you when you grow up?
I hope to become a shop owner someday. One of my biggest dreams, having a bunch of shops, ordering people around, and just sitting back in my chair. So that's one of my biggest dreams.
How impressive are these guys, Scott and Bill? They are making big waves in the car world. Congratulations, guys. We are so proud of you. They also said this inspires them to go back and defend their title next year, and they want to enter more engine building competitions, guys.
There you go. I love that, Danielle. Way to go, Adrian and Tame. Very nice.
You know what's most impressive to me? They're taking those engines apart, putting them back together with limited tools, with all those people watching.
Exactly.
Oh, man, how do you do that?
Well, you know what? That's a great training ground for somebody maybe to get into NHRA, where they take apart that entire dragster engine and put it back together in, 48 minutes or something like that?
With people watching.
Exactly. That is very cool. And so good to have them here, part of our day here today at Mecum, Kansas City, as we love to see the young kids getting involved in this industry. Very, very cool. Here's a 56 Ford Fairlane Victoria now that just gabbled for $24,000. Black and red, white interior. That is gorgeous.
Yeah, another pretty car right there. Well bought.
On we go to 2008 BMW 3 Series, a 328i convertible.
Yeah, another BMW here that's got a lot of life left in its future. 328i. It's a 3 Series, a car that BMW, boy, that was their bread and butter, and still is in a lot of ways. These cars are just so fun to drive and look great. This one with a 3-liter inline 6, silky smooth, very resilient. This has got nav, leather, heated seats. Odometer reads 72 plus, 72,000.
Okay.
Hey, Rut. I wouldn't mind if you bought this one for me. Could you put a little bow on it and under the tree for Mama? It's kind of my style.
I mean, that's what friends are for. I think that would be a perfect gift. It's just right. It's not too much. It's not over the top, guys. It's thoughtful.
And 12,000, Scott, for Rut is like $5.
Oh, it's lunch money.
Come on, Rut.
11.5 is the number, but regardless, it's lunch money, brother. Yes, it is.
I'm glad Danielle knows that my daughters don't watch this show, because every time I'm like, oh, my daughter could do this, they'd be like, Dad, why is Danielle asking you to buy your car?
Yes, exactly.
Get us one.
Here is a 1955 Ford Custom Line now, and an opening bid at $11,000.
Yeah, I think we had a Crest Line earlier. I mentioned those trim levels. Crest Line, main line, custom line. This one with the Y block you just saw, the 272 cubic inch Y block. One of these days when I have some time, I'll run down all the different displacements for the Y block, because there's a bunch.
Too bad they didn't have the What's My line.
What's My? Oh, yeah. I like that.
Thank you.
Oh, this one is loaded with options. Well, not really. It's got a radio in it and a clock.
Limited option availability in 1955.
Made it
perhaps
easier to order one. Fender skirts, always very quaint looking on these mid-50s Fords.
Boy, that turquoise pops too, doesn't it?
It does.
Wow.
That's the operative color of the 1950s for home appliances, dishware,
jewelry sometimes.
Sometimes jewelry.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Yeah. That one does. No.
Don't forget musical instruments.
Yep. Countertops.
Oh, man.
What, 16.5? Huh?
Are you imagining like a Dan Electro style guitar?
Very possibly, or a Strat.
Maybe a nice Fender bass that's in that blue color. Oh yeah.
16.5.
Reserve still off for us.
16,500.
Obviously, the customizers couldn't find this car, because if they did, this would be such a perfect subject for hot rodding. How about a 1955 Ford Resto Mod? Pro Street, big crate motor.
Wow.
Huh?
Santa's listening, Bill.
Oh, I wish he were.
Beyond all these beautiful pre-war cars that Pete Toto has in his collection here, he also has a couple of hot rod drag racing cars.
1932 Ford Deuce Highboy, all steel body. But the key of it was who it was built by. It was built by Pete Chikoris. In this particular 1932, he built it with his own hands.
There is a man who, in any book that writes about the original classic hot rod, you'll find it. It takes me back to all of the great magazines back in the 50s and 60s where you'd see cars like this, or this car itself, the original version, on the cover. Great piece of nostalgia.
Pete Chikoris owning it and building it, it's just an honor to own that car.
You know, every time we see a 32 Ford Highboy cross the auction block, the original builder or the person that conceived that car probably was influenced by some of the cars that Pete is talking about there, especially the one that Pete Chikoris built.
Right, no doubt about that. And you can see more about Pete's collection and many of our features for upcoming auctions, especially at Kissimmee, on the Mecum YouTube channel. Videos, features are available on demand. Not just his collection, but special on the Bianco Speciale and much more. That car is going to be headlining Kissimmee coming up in January. We'll get back to the block here with a 96 collector edition Corvette now.
Two special flavors of the Corvette in 1996. You have the collector edition, as you can see here, and of course the Grand Sport. This one does not have that LT4 in it, which was available even if you didn't buy a Grand Sport 96. This has the LT1 300 horsepower engine with the 4-speed automatic with overdrive. And this one looks like it's hardly ever been driven.
Doesn't it? Wow.
You know?
Super clean.
Kind of looked like it might have had the silver roof in the car that maybe you could swap out for that glass one.
For the glass.
Kind of clicked in the back there.
Yep. It's a two-top car, but not for the reasons we usually associate that. Special collector edition leather seats. Collector edition ZR1 style wheels. You can see them right there. New tires, new rubber. Front and rear on it. It's ready to go. And not going to break anybody's budget.
And those were kind of the same wheels that were on the Grand Sport, just a different color, right?
Black.
Look, right, but they kind of look
Yes.
like the same basic
The 5
design.
spokes painted black. You got it.
You know, in 1996, that collector edition option was only like $1,250. That's pretty reasonable. I mean, you get a very cool version of the Corvette in 96 for that.
Yeah, a little over 4,000 of them built. It wasn't like, you know, the people at General Motors just flooded the market with them.
Yes, true. Okay, 97 Dodge Ram 1500.
Okay.
That's what we've got.
All righty, roll up your sleeves. Let's get some work done here. We got a real work truck sitting there. 5.9 liter. That's that Magnum V8. About 245 horsepower. Odometer reads 789 miles. 4-wheel drive, of course, automatic. Interesting little historical note on this. We're told the truck was one of the last vehicles sold at the Harry's Motor Company in Waukene, Kansas before the dealership closed. I don't think this truck had anything to do with that. But interesting that they would document the fact that this was the last of the last from that dealership. Big brush bar, they call it. See those on big rigs too on the front of that truck.
You could use it to hang your laundry if you're out camping somewhere.
Could do that.
Perhaps.
I'm just glad that the government didn't decide that was the 5-mile-an-hour bumper that all the cars had to have. Oh,
that's
mess that would have been.
That's a really good point. That would have been quite a look, huh?
Yeah.
Gee,
Sorry,
man.
I thought of that.
Yeah, $26,500. Buys that pickup truck, and we send it over to Chris Jacobs.
Yes, sir, Scott. Well, from a Ram pickup to an earlier Dodge. This is a 1968 Dart, but that is no 340 under the hood. That is a 6.2-liter supercharged V8 that was sourced out of a Hellcat, and then it's topped up by a Kenny Bell supercharger. What a setup there. You can see the Willwood master cylinder indicating Willwood brakes at all 4 corners. This is such a cool custom build. And I want to show you one thing. The front bumper and also the rear bumper, it may look like carbon fiber, but that's actually metal that's been hydro dipped to mimic that carbon fiber. Really cool touch. All of the bright work on the car has been coated with Duraliner to give it a real kind of sinister appearance. Beautiful candy apple red paint job with these gunmetal stripes. And get a look at the interior too. Also highly customized. You can see those lightning rod shifters there. It is an automatic transmission backing it up. Those lightning rod shifters give the driver the control and the feel of a manual transmission when this thing is on the drag strip where it probably feels most at home. Custom wheels all the way around, and you can see this car is known as a blow dart, and that is painted on there. Very nicely done, by the way. This car debuted at SEMA in 2016, so for a 9-year-old build, it is showing up very, very well. Extremely clean. Dakota gauges in the dash there. Custom interior that kind of mimics the look of the original 68 Dodge Dart, but has been upgraded fully with all of the materials. This one's going across the block tomorrow, Saturday, and I'm sure is going to be one of the heavy hitters. Scott?
Oh, my goodness. You nailed that one, Chris. Thank you, brother.
Boy, that looks like a SEMA build, doesn't it?
It was. Not like 9 years ago.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
I thought he said that. Yes.
2016, yep,
Yeah.
that's SEMA.
Holy man, I'm scaring myself now.
By the way, Dodge, we want to give them some love here. They are, and have been for a number of years now, the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions. We could not be happier. And make sure you check out the Dodge Thrill Ride at most of our Mecum events. It is something to behold and experience. 1972 Cutlass convertible just hit 40,000. Going to take more than that to buy the car.
Well done, though. 442 replica. It looks like they didn't overlook anything in this build. It's got the correct engine. Yeah. I wouldn't change anything. Super stock wheels, great color combination. But on to the bid goes on.
Yep, just need some more money.
Yeah.
Hey, how about this 67 GTO? What a beauty this is, man. I saw this one yesterday. Gold interior. 400 cube V8 automatic transmission. That's okay, but this is a piece.
Yep. See, it's got aftermarket valve covers on there and an aftermarket intake manifold and an aftermarket 4-barrel on the 400 cube V8. That's the first year for the 400 in the GTO. Hurst dual gate shifter. There it is. Fully manual, if you like. Fully automatic, if you like. Krager 5-spoke wheels. BF Goodrich, those TA radials we see all the time. And yeah, you're right, Scott. That is a keeper. Krager SS Mags. Those cars had so much street cred. I can remember. GTO debuted in 1964. I was one of those guys who was hanging out at the local drive-in restaurant, whatever, and if a GTO pulled in, yep, everybody wanted to see, was it a tri-power car, 4-barrel car, did they put headers on it, what kind of gears? Yep, it was an immediate sensation on the streets.
And you know what, it actually took Pontiac, their own success, caught them off guard, didn't it? I mean, they were like, wait a minute, like,
yeah.
What's going on here? This is really a good idea.
They sold over 30,000 in year one. They didn't think they'd sell 5,000.
Right. Okay. Took care of this one here. Sold it. Moving on. 1952 Chevy up on the block.
Am I having deja vu?
I think we both are.
This is the Scott Hoke Blue that I think we saw on the last, was it a 52, I think? Chevy?
I think it was.
Oh, this is uncanny. That looks just like the one we had. It's
Little
not a
different
rerun
wheels.
either. Huh?
It's a little different wheels.
Little
This one's
different
got
wheels.
the sun visor.
But overall, that's a twin separated at birth, if you ask me.
That's beautiful. They did a little different style in the interior. This is more of an aftermarket seat on their bill, but a great looking ride.
Well, I'll tell you this, what really separates this from the last one, this has a 383 stroker in it.
Yeah, we would have noticed that.
We
on the
would have
previous
mentioned
one.
that, yeah. And it sells.
Definitely. Same guy, too, that just bought the previous car.
Good for him.
$38,000 for this 52 Chevy. Back to KC and Bartle Hall here in just a flash. Well, that's our venue in the lower left corner, the Kauffman Center for the Performing Arts there, the beautiful building in the middle of your screen, home to the Kansas City Symphony Orchestra, and much, much more. They've actually got 2 stages there at the Kauffman Center. Want to remind you of our brand new partnership this year between Hero Covers and Mecum Auctions. Hero Cover specializes in complete custom indoor and outdoor covers for your car, your truck, maybe your boat, even an airplane, Bill, if you get an airplane at some point. And you can find out more at herocovers.com. And we welcome them on board.
This car is the next best thing to an airplane, Scott.
I would agree with you on that. 64 Corvette convertible up on our block right now.
And that's the reason. That is the L76 327 365 horse V8. That is the same engine as the Fuelie engine, except without the Fuelie. And that you bounce the tachometer off 7,000 RPMs all day long. And you know there are 9 different components listed on this car, preceded by the word new. We're talking battery, fan clutch, gas tank, leaf springs, etc. There you see the knockoff wheels with the white wall tires across that Riverside red with a red interior. Yep, this is a mid-year Corvette. This is definitely worth taking notice of, especially because of that engine. That was the last year for that 365 by 1965 and 66. The fuel injection was being phased out, and so was this engine. And it was a great one.
Thank you, guys.
Well, not what they had in mind as far as a number is concerned. So leave it at 40,000. And that is the number that the bid goes on desk will work with.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's way short.
And we'll take a look at this 2018 Jeep Wrangler.
Yep, lifted, upgraded, and color matched. 3.6 liter V6 with an automatic. Very clean underneath. But boy, this Jeep, let's see, this has been around the world 5 times. The equator is 25,000 miles. This has had 125,000 miles on the odometer anyway. Pumpkin metallic exterior is the name of that paint. Boy, that would have been just in time for Halloween, huh?
Sure. They basically took a kind of a base Wrangler. The JLs were unveiled in 2018, and as so many people do, they made it their own, man. They hopped it up and changed out a lot of stuff.
Yep.
And here today, a few years after that, high bid of $20,000.
Get 6 of your friends together to get the wheel off if you have to change one of those tires. Those are humongous.
They are. Okay, so that one goes to bid goes on, and rolling up. Hey, Bill, you know what? This is cool because Bartle Hall is literally from one end to the other a quarter of a mile. And I've been waiting for this car to show up because we need to take it once everybody leaves and just do it. Open the doors, make sure we have a runoff area.
Well, yeah, we're going to need a shutdown area. Oh, does this take me back? This is an altered wheelbase, 1964 Plymouth Fury race car. This was not a vintage car. This has not been raced. This is just a great tribute car. There's a look inside. 440 power. and a 727 torque flight automatic that's been all race prepped. Ford 9-inch rear end with 410 gears. You see the altered wheelbase there. That was something actually in 1965 that Mopar did in order to become more competitive with those smaller cars that these were racing against, like the Thunderbolt and even the Mustangs. This was for weight distribution, to get as much of the weight of the car to haunch back onto the rear end when it launches off the starting line.
Okay, I saw this car yesterday. This cracked me up. I don't talk about this often. I'm a huge Three Stooges fan. Above the window there, it says represented by the law firm of Dewey, Cheatham and Howe.
Yeah, that's right from the Stooges. Oh, what a colorful time for drag racing, though. When these altered wheelbase cars ran in factory experimental, they had a class of their own. By 1970, the funny car class came in as a full-time class with the NHRA, and they moved the rear wheels up about 12, 13 inches. The front wheels could be moved forward on the chassis, maybe 6, 8, 10 inches, whatever, and that's where the term funny car came from when these cars were first built.
Very cool. $25,000. I'll save my Curly impression for later.
Yeah.
All right, here's a 67 Thunderbird on the block, and we're going to open it up at $12,000.
I do a Larry impression.
Do you?
Hey, Mo, I love hotcakes.
It's pretty good.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, this is our first 57 Thunderbird of the day with the optional 312 V8, as you just saw, with a dress-up kit. Automatic transmission, colors Raven Black, two-tone black and white interior. We got a quick look at that with that unforgettable porthole hardtop.
$20,000. That's where we are right now.
Yeah, this market has really come back to the hobbyists. You know, for a while, these baby birds, that market was warming up, but now we're seeing these cars trading in more reasonable money for a lot of people. And as we've mentioned, unless it's
You're gonna get it!
Amos Minter restoration, and then we're in a totally different stratosphere.
Yeah! Congratulations,
22.
Very good. Very good.
Indeed, our ace bidder assistant Laura Landis-Delzell helping out on that one as well. So that one heads to a new garage. Let's see what happens to this 1970 Camaro.
I'm going to tell you why this is a show car. Well, first of all, you can see the detailing of the engine there, that 350 that's been all built up with a 4-speed automatic behind it. You see the silver paint, the wheels, but what really makes a car a show car is what they did beneath it, which is why we're going to show you a quick shot of the undercarriage of this Camaro. Look at that. Spotless, immaculate. Everything from the suspension, exhaust, floor pans, everything. And that car belongs on a turntable at a custom car show, believe me.
Yeah, and Bill, they paid a lot of attention to detail inside the engine compartment when we first got a look at that. You could see the firewall had been completely smoothed, which probably at the time this car was built was a very popular way to kind of customize the engine compartment and really put the focus on the power plant.
You are correct. They would put the wiring, the harnesses through the frame rails and get them completely out of sight. I call that the Brazilian wax treatment.
Oh,
under the hood.
I'm just going to let that stay right there, man.
Okay.
little homage to Gary McCord, I believe.
Oh, yeah, right. We all know what happened after that. 1976 F-250 Ranger XLT. They put the slogan in the windshield. Bill, they got it wrong though. Your brother-in-law says they're only original twice.
Right.
These guys had it as once, right?
Yeah, well, you know, they're old school. But this is highly original. I mean, original paint, interior, drivetrain, 390 V8. And this has actually been documented in the Elite Marty report that comes along with the truck. So no questions there. Original owner for 30 years, second owner for 18 years. So that makes it easy to trace the ownership history on the truck. But boy, look at this, guys. Original paint, are you kidding me?
So Bill, the windshield also says 1 of 7. What makes it 1 of 7?
Well, could be the color, could be the options that this truck has, dual fuel tanks, has a step bumper as well, power front disc brakes. Yeah, you know, Chris, that's a good question. Sometimes just the combination of options on any vehicle will certainly begin to accelerate its rarity.
Yeah, and the Marty Report is always so great at pointing out what exactly makes it rare as far as the option combination goes. So this particular truck, one of only 7 that left the factory with all of these particular options.
Yeah, and they're saying that those low mirrors are part of what makes it so super rare in this world here, you know.
Even the 390 V8, that was an option as well.
25,000, that's the bid. And that's going to be the final bid at the moment. So a little bit of work to do yet on that pickup truck. Well, here comes a 33 Ford 3-window coupe with a matching pull-behind trailer.
Yep, the little utility trailer that's so handy for the guys that and ladies that have these hot rods and go on the rod runs. They put their cooler back there, and you know, whatever food items they want to bring, or their foldable chairs, you name it. But the big story is the engine. That's a 502 big block crate motor, big time. Automatic transmission, probably a turbo automatic, I would say, behind it. Vintage air, power windows, big rubber to handle that big block.
Man,
back.
That engine, you better be sure that trailer is securely attached, or else you will leave it behind in a hurry.
Yeah, you got that right. Yeah, there was a time when, you know, hot rodders would build their own utility trailer to mimic the car, but now there are kits out there. You can buy the trailers already finished. Just paint them the way you want them to match your car, and away you go.
Reserve is off at 36 grand.
Very simple but effective paint treatment on there. No flames, no pinstripes, no two-tone treatment at all. Doesn't need it.
Still climbing the ladder here at 39,000.
There's a heated seat for the driver in this.
Really?
That's not, that isn't something you see in a hot rod very often.
No.
All done? I would like that.
Definitely comes in handy here the last day or two.
Oh, man, huh? Walking over from the hotel this morning, 14 degrees, I think it was.
Yes. Yep. Okay, 41 when all is said and done and the dust settles. So that is pretty cool. Well, I know, Bill, every time we mention Callaway when we're discussing Corvettes, that perks everybody's ears up. And you got to pay attention to these cars.
Oh, man, great cars. These original Callaway Corvettes. Reeves Callaway down in Oline, Connecticut started modifying these Corvettes, these C4 Corvettes. They carried General Motors warranties. I mean, he had the blessing of the folks at General Motors to do these modifications and to maintain the warranties. This is the twin turbo 350 rated at 345 horsepower with that Doug Nash, that trick 4+3 manual transmission that I remember so well. This also has positive traction, as you would expect. And the Callaway certificate of authenticity. They did the twin turbo cars. They did the supernatural cars a little bit later that were the non-turbo cars that were still absolute monsters. And of course, we all remember the Sledgehammer, the car that he modified and took out to the General Motors test center out in Ohio. He drove the car out there with the air conditioning on and the stereo on, and went 250 miles an hour. Turned around and drove it back to Connecticut.
Drove it back. Yeah, what a that is a legendary Corvette story.
That's putting it mildly.
All right. Well, I think the number was 16.5. Regardless, it's not going to be enough for the moment. So we'll let our friends over at Bid Goes On tackle that one as we investigate what's going on with a 1970, or rather a 67 Camaro RSSS.
Look at the engine room. It's filled with engine. Reminds me of my pet gerbil. You know, with the food, the cheeks and everything. Oh. How did they get that 427 in that engine?
Thank you for the explanation. I'm thinking spinning in a wheel. What?
No, it just had to kind of spread the inner fender wells to get that big block in there. That rat motor takes a lot of room. With Dart aluminum heads and Flowmaster headers, boy, this thing is an animal. Tremec 5-speed, Ford 9-inch rear end. 389 gears. Oh, you'll get plenty of rubber in any gear, trust me.
Yeah, they threw a Corvette big block hood on it, too.
Yeah, the Stinger hood.
You want 59?
Yeah, lots of work underneath there. 4-link rear end, QA1, front and rear coilovers, Wilwood brakes, and chipped Foose wheels, kind of finishing the package. And boy, oh boy. Let's see if this sells, because this was a money build.
Boy, look at that stance too, Bill.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
isn't that just perfect? I mean,
now 61.
Slight rake in the back, but you know, not extreme.
Turns off.
Really does give it that don't fool with me look.
Y'all done?
And it's gonna sell.
Those look like maybe 18s and 20s.
Yeah.
Possibly, but they fit right. They fit correctly and very well done.
In the wheel wells, yeah. Yeah, some of these custom wheels, it's hard to eyeball what kind of diameter you're talking about. But that's about as close to a 20 as I've ever seen. It looks pretty much there in the back.
Well, it did sell for $60,000, and that puts it up at near the top of our list today so far. Here is a 1973 Bronco.
Yeah, V8 truck. Yep. And again, it's been modified, but not to the point where it just jumps out at you. It's got Phytec fuel injection on that V8 at 302. Transmission, automatic. It's been rebuilt.
Boy, it doesn't jump out at you at all.
Not at all. No.
Uncut fenders in the back.
Right.
Which usually means like, oh, this one's a little bit more mild, but when you got that kind of power on the hood, I'm not so sure. But
yeah,
it's interesting. This is a really nice orange, but in certain light, it almost has like a peachy pop to it. But that's a really solid setup, really clean on the inside too.
Yeah. Mid first generation 73, and we don't see many of these with a sunroof. This one has one.
Yeah, sure does.
55.
And I believe this one, hey, Rut, you can go check. I think that I could be wrong. There's two of these that look similar here. Does this have a kind of a suede headliner? Look upstairs there.
It does, yeah. It's almost like a Alcantara, and there's also a mini cage in the back.
Exactly.
Not just like the classic roll bar, but a hoop that really follows the lines of the white top.
Yep, very cool. And somebody just bought it for $55,000 here at Mecum, Kansas City. Welcome back to our live coverage on ESPN Plus here in Kansas City. Take a look down that 303 staging lane and off into the distance. You see some of the cars that are still to come on this day today. And on the block right now, just off the block, a 2011 Camaro 2SS just gaveled for $26,000, Bill.
Scott, this may win our award for most horsepower per dollar.
Okay.
It's got a tuned and supercharged 6.2 with 775 horsepower at the rear wheels.
Oh, yeah.
ProCharger, supercharger, and lots of other upgrades. $25,000 invested just in the performance, and yes, it sold.
Wow. That is a car. 55 Fairlane Sunliner. That's what we're going to take a look at next.
The Ford Sunliner, that's the convertible trim level. Let me tell you about this Ford Sunliner, okay?
Hey, Bill, tell us about this.
Glad you asked. Highly original. How original? This was inspected by Old Cars and Parts magazine, one of my favorite books, by the way, as a reference as they restored a 55 Ford Victoria to ensure accuracy in the restoration.
Oh.
This is almost like the benchmark level for Corvettes.
Absolutely.
They use this to just make sure that everything of their restoration was by the book. 272 wide block with an automatic transmission. But powertrain, not really what we're focusing on here, but just the originality here. It's fantastic.
30 is the bid.
Boy, Scott, even from here, you can see the uniformity of those cut lines on the door.
Yes.
So uniform.
No question.
Yeah, great fit and finish.
That's what it's all about. 30,000 just bought that car.
Congrats.
And they will let that one get away and see if we can't sell this Chevy Blazer Cheyenne from 1978.
So much work going into the professional rebuild a couple of years ago on this 78 Blazer Cheyenne. Refreshed 6-liter LSV8, sourced from a Cadillac Escalade EXT. How about that? Stage 2 cam in there, aftermarket valve springs from PAC.
And Bill, underneath the driver on the hard top part of the roof, you can actually see there's a nice, it's almost like an alligator skin in the headliner. Just a little style,
really?
just a little pop of something different.
That is different.
Hey, I see also on the door locks, they had little dice there. You had those on all your Corvettes, didn't you?
Actually, no. Luckily, none of my Corvettes had the push-button locks on it. So,
right, okay.
Yeah, or else I'd have had it.
Yeah, you would have, sure. Okay, 43,000 reserve is off.
No, this is a full house truck. I mean, so much work went into this. I had no way of getting it out to everybody. But just, just be completely convinced that it's a top-notch Blazer.
And our good buddy Chris from over in Champaign, Illinois, just picked up that pickup truck.
SUV?
SUV.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at this pickup truck.
That happens. I do that.
It happens. Yeah, it sure does. 55,3100 to be exact.
Yeah, our favorite move is when we have an El Camino and we say, and this truck,
right.
So it happens.
Sure.
Yeah, mild custom here, but well done. Look at how clean that pickup bed is as they just followed through with the color of the truck all the way around. Nice.
And Bill, this is that kind of newer style from like the 89 to 96 bed, which is always interesting. Sometimes it works really well. Sometimes it has a little harder time. They did a really nice job with this one, the color match. It's definitely nice, like a nice orange creamsicle here in person. And the tilt front hood I thought was cool, but I really like this roll pan. They actually used a metal roll pan that they then worked in with the metal corners of the original bumper and then smoothed it all out after they put some louvers in there. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, like I say, it's kind of like addition by subtraction, actually, just making the proper modifications that all blend well, and you get a truck that looks like this.
What I love about these is we didn't see these happen till kind of mid to late 90s when people started using this bed, Bill. And I always wonder, who was the first person that was staring at it and was like, you know what? I think we could take that newer bed, put it on the old truck.
Do you remember Chuck Lombardo?
I know that name.
Yeah, a California guy, did a lot of really nice street machines and hot rods. He was kind of like on the cutting edge of the modified truck movement, and this was back in the early 90s. And it took off from there. It was a West Coast thing. It spread, like a lot of other things that start out there, moved to the east.
Feels like all good automotive trends start out west,
can't
make their way back east.
Can't deny that.
Okay, Matt Morvac hammers that pickup truck at $27,000. 1967 Camaro RS SS and then some. Brother Bill, I know you are going to be interested in telling us everything that's going on in this engine room here.
Yeah, this is Mondo Biondo, people. 600 horsepower LSX stroker engine at 408 cubic inches. It will run on, the consignor makes the point that it will run on pump gas, 93 octane.
Yep.
So the compression couldn't be too wild. Tremec 5-speed, McLeod clutch, Ford 9-inch rear end, traction lock, 370 gears. Detroit Speed provided a lot of the suspension pieces underneath.
Sure did.
QA1 coilovers, 4-wheel Willwoods, handle of braking, mini tubs in the back. That allows you to get all that rubber underneath there without having to do too much surgery on the inside of the car in the back. You can still have a back seat. Vintage air and heat.
And Bill, when I see a nice set of weld wheels like that on a car, especially with a skinnier set up front, wider in the rear, I feel like that lets me know at the stoplight, this guy's not messing around.
Yeah.
They're here, they're playing for keeps, and I'll just sit over here in the right lane if you need me.
It's telegraphing its passes, isn't it?
It really is, because they're just, those welds are always so tough.
Yeah.
When you see them on certain things, you're like, oh, yeah, they're going to use that power.
Oh, they are the wheel of choice for so many drag racers.
Folks are still thinking about it. 52 not going to be quite strong enough.
No, that might cover the engine.
Right.
Four-wheel drive with new custom wheels.
Yeah, good point. That triple black Camaro is going to go to the bid goes on. In the meantime, a Chevy Tahoe from 95 will follow it up.
Yeah, pretty conservative treatment on this truck with a 5.7 liter V8 with an automatic with the black paint. New custom wheels and tires, as we'll see in just a second here. Very well detailed engine room on the Tahoe we're looking at right now. A lot of miles on the odometer, 135,000, but you know what, you got to discount the mileage on these vehicles that have been maintained, modified, and restored and presented the way these are. I would not hesitate to be confident in purchasing a vehicle like this that you can see has had the kind of care that gives it the kind of appearance it has.
What would it be without cloth burgundy seats?
We had one that went through earlier. I think we were on commercial, but it had vinyl seats inside, and it was like a work truck spec, which you don't see a lot of those. But I've always loved these, especially when you see a two-wheel drive that's slammed on the ground with the right rear tire setup. So cool.
Just can't slide out of that truck and then touch something metal.
Oh, right. You'll zap yourself, man.
Instant perm.
Right. Okay, here's a kind of an interesting build on the next car, one that we don't often see. It is a 1938 Oldsmobile Custom Business Coupe.
Yeah, the Business Coupe, that was a body style. It was a trim level way back in the day, the 30s and even into the 40s. Well, there was no back seat. It was literally for businessmen, salesmen specifically, who would travel around the country, traveling salesmen. And so the Business Coupe lends itself to hot rodding so easily because it's sort of compact. This has been family owned since 1960. It was purchased from the original owner who bought it in 1938. How about that? All steel body, yeah. Got a stroker in it. A lot of extra speed equipment as well. Ford 9-inch rear end. Mustang front end on it. So,
and Bill, I really appreciate their kind of style of tying in that purple on the outside to the gray purple tweed with the purple vinyl inserts on the inside. I mean, this was, again, the cues of the age of this Bill really show you, but man, that interior was done right. Some nice little billet in there as well. That's a cool car.
Yeah, you know, when you see those tweed interiors, it just takes you back when that really was kind of like the backbone of custom interiors for hot rods. And it sells.
And our man Paul Guck over there, far left of the house, our far right, helping out with the new owners of that 38 Olds Custom. 1954 Chevy pickup truck is next, and I'm looking at this one. I mean, it's been restored, Bill, but boy, they've done a really good job of kind of keeping it looking true to form.
Oh, it is hemorrhaging originality, except for right there. Now, we've got some upgrades there. Yes. However, they're period-correct upgrades, okay?
Yep.
That's a rebuilt 235 cube inline 6, but it's got an Offenhauser setup with the Stromberg carburetors, which was the go-to setup for hot rodders back then. And we still see them jump up every now and then. Column shifted, 3-speed manual. It's been converted over to 12 volts. In 1955, General Motors switched over to the 12-volt setup, so this 54 has had that upgrade as well. New everywhere, chrome and stainless and glass. Vintage air is in there. Retro sound is providing the tunes. Front disc brake kit has been added.
And how about the fact that this still has a spare tire mount over here on the driver's side? That's something that me included when I got my 54 Chevy pickup. That was one of the first things I was like, I got to get rid of this.
I got to get rid of this.
This is too weird, right? Because mine was a little low. It was custom. It was painted with the thickest black paint I've ever seen on a vehicle. A lot of runs, but that spare tire mount, if you didn't have a matching one, it was always just like, and part of my fender is missing with the cutout. So a lot of people would end up cutting that out, trying to flip it in there, reverse it. And this one looks great, though. What a cool setup.
So what you got to do if you take that tire off is find a non-tire mounted fender and make the switch, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yep. Well, the current bid is 36. Did they put the Mecum rule into play here? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, 36, my bad. 36. What? Hold up. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to make me, you can. I still got 36. If you want to get 37 on that truck off the block, not a problem. What do, Bob? 37? Where'd he go? Hey, well, here's the deal. Reserves off $36,000.
Okay, Frank and Dana and Clint Hunter there, all teaming up to make sure that reserve gets lifted here, and they did that.
Well, believe it or not, by the way, that truck is painted black cherry.
No, it's
black
seriously?
Cherry is how it is described.
Wow. I would not have picked that.
No, and you know, as that rolled by, I'm trying to find some black cherry highlights, you know, as the lighting changes a little bit, but
kind of like that dark burgundy we had a little while ago.
Yep.
It looked black as well. Wow, that's cool. All right, so they got it sold. And no doubt about the color on the next one.
Nope.
93 S10 for us.
Yeah, a little budget build here, $350. That's easy enough to do. 4L60 overdrive automatic transmission. See the Vortec intake there with a canister air cleaner. It's got AC and a Dakota digital dash. Four-wheel discs. Bring it to a halt and aftermarket wheels.
I got 14 bid, 15-pound on lender.
Guys, I saw that Holly LS Fest sticker on the back window, so it makes me think they're no stranger to a good time with this one.
Nope.
Also, shout out to the all-clear taillights. What a great era, especially in mini trucking, that those were. I have some on my 94 Toyota drift truck. You do have to put a red sticker on there if you don't want to get pulled over in my town. So I learned that. But they are still a cool style piece.
And a hammer price of 14 grand. Chevy 2 Nova time, and also no reserve Chevy 2 Nova time.
Okay, let's take, I don't know, a 350 and put a 400 cubic inch crankshaft in it and make a 383 stroker like this.
Boom.
But rather than do that, may I just say, just buy the kit. They have kits for that now. You don't have to do it, you know, piecemeal. Much easier to do it that way. 10.5 compression. Yeah, some pop in there. Lunati provided a camshaft here with hydraulic lifters, probably rollers, I would guess. Edelbrock Performer intake and carburetor. And an upgraded distributor for extra spark. Muncie M22 4-speed.
Bill, this is a lot of car for the money. I love these no reserves because sometimes you really can get a crazy deal.
You bet. And I haven't mentioned everything yet. 342 gears in the posi, tubular top and bottom A-arms. So that's what you call your comprehensive custom build.
Ladies, 26, 25 big ball, 26 pound under. 5, 6, 7. Now 27, 27 ball. 26 pound under, 7 under. 6, 7 pound under, 27 pounds. 8, 28.
Still going after it here.
If I bought that, I would have a set of Torque Thrust D wheels on that within minutes. That would complete that car.
Faster than those kids undid and rebuilt that 350 a while ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. Okay, there we go. Back with more in a minute from Kansas City. Stick around.
37.
Hi, this is Bill Stevens along with Steve Matchett. We're standing next to a piece of sports car royalty, a 1966 Ford GT40 Mark II lightweight, one of only 3 on planet Earth. Alan Mann, a Brit, was the manager of the Shelby American team that won the World GT Championship in 1965 with the Shelby Cobras. Carroll Shelby moved from the Cobra operation over to the GT40 operation in 1966. Alan Mann said, you know, there's probably some life left in these Mark I's. I think I'd like to make some improvements to them. So he took 2 of those cars, the Mark I's, and he made them lighter, and he played with the suspension a little bit and decided he'd go racing with them.
And one of the ground rules of trying to produce a better race car, all cars, doesn't matter what formula, whether it's Formula One or Le Mans racing, endurance racing, sprint racing, rally racing, all cars are too heavy. So you've got to make them lighter. Weight makes a slow car. They worked very hard on this car build to put a lot of composite materials around the car, an aluminum roof on it as well to lower the weight further. Not only does it make the car a lightweight chassis, but also taking away a lot of the weight on the top means that the center of gravity is closer to the track, and that improves the nimble handling of the car as well. So it's a twofold win. You combine that with more powerful engine, putting the 427 in the car. Again, more horsepower, lighter weight car, you're really going in the right direction.
Yeah, just to clear up any confusion, there are more Mark IIs than the 3. However, there are 3 lightweights, thanks to Alan Mann, and that is the car that helped to popularize that whole theory of the Mark II lightweight. In fact, Carroll Shelby's shop constructed that car that we just saw. So, the history is just running off of every angle of that car.
That car and another GT40 from the mid-60s are going to be headlining Kissimmee in a big way. One of the couple of the cars that will be headlining. You can watch more of that feature and many of our other videos on demand on Mecum's YouTube channel. We've got that big special on the 250 Ferrari 250 GTO as well. So check out Mecum's YouTube channel. It is chock full of good material leading us up to Kissimmee in January. Here is a K-Code Mustang, Bill Stevens, real deal from 1965.
Well, we're talking about Carroll Shelby. That's what he started with when he was building his GT350s in 1965. Began with a K-Code 271 horse. And with a little Shelby magic, you got that up to 306. But this one is the 289 solid lifter V8 271 horse with a 4-speed manual and a very conservative, understated ivy green exterior. And only 1 repaint since this car was new. You saw the parchment interior. So yeah, that K-Code with those style steel wheels, just those 2 things alone make this a very desirable and collectible 65 Mustang. Yeah.
39.
Yeah, watch the numbers here, where this is trading at compared to non-K-Code 65 coupes.
And let's keep an eye on if and when that reserve comes off, what happens after the consignor reaches the magic number.
I left it. I do have 38,000.
Yeah, I know you got 38.
I mean, the only way it's going to go up at this point is to let them know it's for sale, and hopefully somebody jumps back in. Lift it.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Let's see. Blake Baugh there, our seller ambassador with the consignor.
3 different body styles available in 65. You had this, you had the convertible, and the fastback debuted in 1965 as well.
38, 39.
Well, didn't move much at all after that reserve came off. It happens, and that's okay. Everybody's happy. 38,000, and we'll check in a little ways down the road at the 303 staging lane. Chris Jacobs is there.
Well, guys, you can file this one under, I don't know why they did, but I'm glad they did. This 1991 Camaro RS is super, super clean. It's only got 9,400 miles on it, and that's because the original owner actually stored this car for 30 years, and he did an amazing job of wrapping it up when he did store it because, like I said, very, very clean. Not only under the hood and the paint, but check out this interior. Look at how well preserved this is. I mean, an absolute time capsule. Now, I put the barometer of what's hot in the market right now is what a 50-year-old, what his dream car in high school may have been, and this car certainly fits the bill as a 91 Camaro RS. Just immaculate. Really interested to see what this car is going to go for when it crosses a lot. 30 years in storage. Why? I don't know. Happy? We all are. Scott?
Oh, no doubt about that, Chris. And you don't find those very often, but we love to see them.
And no mice.
Yeah, they said there was a few rodents in the muffler. A bunch of acorns shot out of it when they started it up for the first time after storage.
That's what I figured.
Oh, cool. Thank you, Chris. All right, back to the block we come now with a 1990 GMC Jimmy Sierra Classic.
You know, I had the opposite number of this truck. I had a 1990 S10 Blazer.
Okay.
And loved the heck out of it. Of course, it wasn't, you know, a Typhoon or, you know, a high-performance SUV, but it was just real comfortable riding and had the all-wheel drive for the winter and enough options, you know, to make me feel coddled. And these are very resilient little trucks, too. These will last a long time.
We know how you love to feel coddled.
We'll leave that there. And it sells before I can tell my coddling story.
Aren't we fortunate? Oh, $13,000 buys it. We'll be back in just a moment. Almost halfway home today. Stay with us. We are back in Kansas City, and a look down that 303 staging lane. I know we've still got 3 weeks or so till Christmas. How about this for a fantastic gift idea? How about a gift bag loaded with 303 products for the car lover in your life, huh, Bill?
Can't go wrong.
Oh, my goodness. They've got a full lineup of protectants and cleaners, and they'll take care of your car unlike anything else. You can find out more at 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect, especially at Christmas. All right, on the block right now, 95 Christmas red Ford F-150.
Yep. Short bed, 4-wheel drive, the XLT off-road package. Very desirable trim level. 5.8-liter V8 in there with an automatic. You like driving a car, power steering and brakes, AC, tilt wheel, and cruise control. That's outfitted as well as a Lincoln Navigator.
And not a lot of coin at this point. 16, now 17, and 18 grand.
According to the odometer, it hasn't even busted 100,000 miles.
Wow.
almost feels like Grandpa had this one tucked away in the garage for a long time. I love to see when these come out and get kind of a new lease on life.
And the styling too is so conservative. It's never going to be out of style.
Right.
You know, it just got really pleasing lines to it, these trucks.
Got my Sean's in 22, 23, Paul, you're out. We got Sean at 22. He was on the left side anyway, 2. I'm going to get 23.
I've got 22. Now I've got 23.
Hey, Rutledge, back in 1995, you know what you probably would have seen on a lot of these pickup trucks?
A manual transmission.
A slide-in camper.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Absolutely.
That was so popular. I don't see them very much anymore, though.
Not anymore. I know what
They
you're talking
still
about.
make them because I've looked recently to see if they're still around.
Yes.
There's a lot less of them, but you're right. That was such a popular thing.
A buddy of mine in high school used to work at Atlas Campers in Indianapolis, and that's what they did. They built those camper shells, man.
Right. Yep.
For anything. All right, here is a 2012 Camaro 2SS, and they have gone way above and beyond the norm here, Bill Stevens.
Take a good look. Take a real good look at that 6.2-liter V8 that has been supercharged. Total value of the deal, 650 horsepower. But look at the finish work, the tin work, and the detailing. Wow.
Unbelievable. And wait a second, gentlemen, to quote 50 Cent, I put Lamborghini doors on that Escalade. That's right. It's got Lamborghini doors.
Thanks for saying that in such a way that I'm still scratching my head.
You're welcome.
Drilled and slotted rotors underneath too. Love to see that to upgrade those brakes. Oversized calipers as well. A multiple award winner. How'd you say that again?
Lamborghini doors. You know, that's what they call that butterfly kind of effect on here.
Okay.
Love the hinge kit, makes it work. Definitely a lot done to this one, guys.
Yeah, got a aero kit on the rocker panels. Yeah, exhaust panel in the back. All changed over. 650 horsepower, though. We're talking about late model ZL1s.
You know, right in the middle.
32 is the bid, and hold on. Well, they've got 33 now.
35, 36. 36.
We got 35, Nick.
32.
Yep.
37.
Hey.
Pretty sure I heard somebody say the reserve's off.
The reserve's off.
The reserve is off. Okay.
You're correct, Mundo.
Yes.
Wow, I'm glad it is. This is interesting. This is like a Jekyll and Hyde. Under the hood, this is one car. Outside, totally different vibe, totally different style. So the fact that this thing is still climbing, that's awesome for them.
Yep.
Well, not climbing anymore because that guy just put 36,000 on it, and he'll drive it out of here.
That is not the young buck I thought y'all might show in the audience that's taking home this thing with every LED you could put on there. Good for him.
That guy might be a little Jekyll and Hyde, too.
Absolutely. He wants a style for everybody, and then he's going to lay the power down.
That car might be the fountain of youth.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about, man. All right, a 2003 Chevy 1500 Z71.
A sensible truck. 5.3-liter V8 with an automatic. Has the off-road package underneath. But, once again, simple but effective. Z71 pickup that has less than 100,000 miles on the odometer.
Again, another super clean, what I would refer to as almost like a grandpa spec truck. It's smart, nothing wild, nothing flashy. Just going to be a great truck, put away and preserved well. I can't stop thinking about that guy using the Lamborghini doors on the Camaro he just bought. I love this show. This is so much fun to get to do this.
You never know what you're going to see.
Now 5. 17.5, 17 bid, 17.5, 17 Brown up there, 17 bid, 17.5, now 18, now 18, 17.5, 18, 18, down there, 18, you Nick should go shop together, hire Nick.
Let's go, sell it.
Yes, yes!
17,500. Yes, sir. They'll take care of all the paperwork there in a matter of minutes, and that gentleman will have that pickup truck in his name. Well, it is 2 o'clock almost here in Kansas City, 3 o'clock in the east, and we have hit the halfway point here today anyway. Scott Hoke here with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle, Trotta, Rutledge Wood, the entire gang, our producer John Sifferlin, director Tony Williams, technical director Todd Gordon, the whole crew in our truck. And we continue on. Thank you so much for watching today on ESPN Plus. 91 Camaro RS now on our block.
When Chris first previewed this, I kind of got a little ramped up. I'm thinking, ooh, I wonder if that's a 1LE, that high-performance variant of this generation of the Camaro, but alas, it isn't. However, the odometer reads less than 10,000 miles as the V6 in it, not a V8, and a one-owner car with the original title. Wow. Yeah, how about that, huh? We've seen a few vehicles here today that have been in the ownership of the original purchaser since day one. And here's another one. Optioned out. Yep. Factory air, power windows, locks. It's got cruise and stored for 30 years. And Chris was flummoxed, as we all were, that somebody would buy this car and just hide it.
That is so clean.
Hasn't had a chance to get dirty.
No.
You were yelling for Sean, so we had you in at 14.
Tell you what, anything in this neighborhood is,
We had you in at 14.
I'd say under $20,000 is a terrific buy, yeah?
Yeah, you know, we were prepared everybody at the top of the show. You'd see this. But what a generation for the Camaro, Scott.
Oh, my goodness.
82 to 92.
Very true.
You know, the IROC cars came through.
I should have let you stay, Sean. I got it all confused. Sorry about that. Good work, Sean.
Yeah, guys, I failed to mention the fact that it was powered by a V6 in
Good
my
work,
preview,
Sean.
but that may have been what was holding the price down just slightly. But, you know, like I said, for such a clean car, it's a good price right there.
Oh, better than good, really, Chris. You're right. I expected that to trade a little higher. So, well bought indeed.
And at 14, it's headed to new ownership. And 1949 Cadillac Series 62 will be up next. Four-door Cadillac for us, Brother Bill.
Yeah. Let's see. What have we done to this? Nothing. 331 Cube V8. That's what they came with. Recent tune-up. Automatic transmission. Silky smooth. General Motors automatic transmissions from then. Set the pace for those kinds of drivetrains. Original green paint. Original brown and tan interior.
Bid goes on at $12,000. Bid goes on. Now offering at 143.1. A 2002 Chevy Silverado.
That little 331 making 160 horsepower back in 1949. And there you get a good look at it as we say goodbye to it for now and say hello to Chris Jacobs over in the 303 staging lane.
Actually, Scott, I'm out here in the convention center with the car that we're going to be seeing going across the block tomorrow, Saturday. This 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner is something you might be able to call, well, maybe a resto mod, but it hasn't been modded in the sense that it's been modified. It's been modified in the sense that it's been upgraded. For instance, it is an N code, meaning it left the factory with a 383. We have a 383 under the hood there, but no indication on the consignment sheet that is the numbers matching 383. So it's probably been freshened up quite a bit. It's backed up by a pistol grip 4-speed transmission. Krager's looking so good on this car, wrapped up in those Mickey Thompson Sportsman ST tires. And the interior also so super clean. Bench seat along with that 4-speed manual transmission. You can see the rally dash with the 150 Speedo. This car has just got such a great stance. It's been restored and quasi-modified to such a high level. Man, the paint is perfect. The consignment sheet says this color is green. Pretty interesting to see how it pops when it's up under the lights on the block, but it looks more like a gunmetal here in the hall, and also with those black rally stripes on the hood. Man, it just shows up so well. That great Roadrunner graphic going across. And of course, the consignment sheet says that it does have that meet me porn still attached, so we might have to prove that theory. Oh yeah, it does.
Yes, nice work, Inspector Jacobs.
You got it, Scott.
Yeah,
back to you.
I saw that one yesterday out there, and it certainly drew my attention in a big way. Well, we'll go from that Plymouth, the Roadrunner, to a 1970 Barracuda that is on the block right now at no reserve.
Yeah, and this is the Grand Coupe. This is the trim level that was not to be mistaken for any of those high performance 70 Cudas back in the day. This one a little more refined, shall we say. Little 340 with a power automatic transmission. Power steering, bucket seats, center console. And you see the black vinyl top. Rear spoiler, kind of give it a little bit of a performance attitude.
Now here's the deal with that car though, Bill. It's a Barracuda for good reason. This is a G-code car, which means that it originally came with a 318 in 1970, and they have upgraded that 340 that you're talking about.
Well, having said that, the Grand Coupe trim level certainly identifies it as a muscle car.
Right.
From that, and I guess the 340 would be an upgrade. Obviously, you're going, more cubes, more horsepower, and the 318 never really was considered a performance engine, although there were interchangeable parts, I believe, with the 318 and the 383, but let's not get into that now.
All right. So we'll move on from the Barracuda to a 2010 Mustang GT.
Extensive work performed a few years ago in this car. It's got the 5-liter engine, but it's been bored 20 thousandths of an inch over, that is. Has a 5.0 stroker kit, set of pistons in there, ported heads, and all kinds of other performance items. Cam, lifters, rockers, Milidon 7-quart oil pan, pickup tube, ATC balancer. Another one of those cars that hides the fact it's had so many mods done underneath. I'm going to guess this has between 450, maybe 500 horsepower. Just a wild guess. 373 gears out back and a 5-speed manual transmission.
17. Oh.
Grabber blue.
Well, $17,000. We'll take care of the deal on that, huh?
Stolen with all of the work in that Mustang. Under 20 grand. Wow. I'm going to need a couple of minutes to recover.
Okay.
Welcome back to day one of Mecum, Kansas City. Good steaks aren't the only thing you can get in this town. A lot of great rides crossing the block here live on ESPN+. And for any of the ladies watching, I think a lot of your men, Christmas only 20 days away, would love to have one of these under the Christmas tree. So many guys stopping by, calling people, doing their research. I have a feeling, Scott Hoke, when this crosses the block here, 1965 Impala, in just a bit, it's going to fetch some money. Largely unrestored. I cannot overexpress. I've been talking to the seller how much originality is in this car, how much love. He said that a lot of people have been putting paint gauges on here, about 4 people so far. It has been certified as original 1965 Impala red paint. The owner passed away, and the man selling it now is only the second owner. He said the carburetor's been rebuilt, put a stainless steel gas tank in it, took out the engine and transmission just to be taken out and repainted, but not resealed. Carburetor was rebuilt, but the interior, original. Guys, just take a look at the quality. I mean, I've had folks come by and said they've never seen quality like this. It's just perfection. and it's all 100% original. Down to the headliner, Jay, if you can get a shot inside here of the roof, all the way down to just the carpet, just exceptionally maintained. And you want to believe that it's original. Come on back, I'll give you one more piece of evidence here. The original owner was a restaurant, owned a steakhouse actually, just outside Des Moines, Iowa, and the original 1965 Iowa license plate right there over the Mecum plate. So coming across the block here in just a little bit, guys, absolutely beautiful and no rust. He also wanted me, the seller wanted me to mention, really well maintained. You can see how many people are stopping by to take a look at this. It's fetching a lot of attention, and I would say rightly so.
Oh, no question about that, Danielle. Thank you very much. And it's a beauty all the way around. And we'll see it in short order here at Kansas City. That gentleman you just saw right there, he should know. That's Jim Wicks. We've talked about him before as being one of the preeminent collector car experts that we encounter on a regular basis. He's given that a once-over. You know it's a good car.
That looks like a 250 horse 327 with 3-speed on the column.
I think you're right, yes.
Boom.
Bingo, yep. Okay, here is a 1970 Chevelle. The bidding at $42,000.
It's got a big block in it, 454. Not matching numbers. Recently completed restoration. Muncie M22 4-speed with that Hurst shifter. Fathom Blues, the color. I think, Scott, did you give us a little taste of this a little earlier?
Yes, I did, in fact.
Yeah, I thought so.
Right.
Cowl induction hood. Bench seat with a 4-speed. 12-bolt rear end, as those big blocks should have. And Flowmaster exhaust. The VIN will not tell you if that's a 454. From the factory, it'll tell you it's a V8, but not which one. So
49.5, last call before I go.
Kind of like on our own here. Okay. But I never met a 454. I didn't know.
Were you interested at all on that? Okay.
47, 50, 47, 48, 48. Anybody get 47, 48? I have 47,000. Anybody get 48? Reserve is off.
Well, there it is, $47,000. The reserve comes off.
Yeah.
In all likelihood, that would be the LS5 version, but we're not. I mean, at what year
could be
of engine it has in it now? Don't know.
Right.
Tell you what, if it was a real big block LS6, that number would be vastly different.
Yeah, and that's not a real Super Sport either. That's
right,
just a Chevelle.
exactly.
So, yep, little hocus pocus going on.
And it just sold for $48,000. And now to the car that, if you were with us just about 3 hours and 15 minutes ago, Bill Stevens previewed at the beginning of the show. 1968 Olds 442 convertible. Good choice, my friend.
So perfect. Color? Yeah, scarlet red, white top. We'll start there. Date code correct, 400 cubic inch V8 engine. This is back in the day now when an automatic transmission or a manual transmission determined your horsepower output. This has 325 horsepower with the automatic. The manual would have given you 350. 12-bolt rear end, power steering and brakes, power top, factory AC. 442s, so classy. Any year you choose. You know, toward the end, I was kind of a little bit disillusioned by the fact they kept the 442 nomenclature on some of those Oldsmobiles before the 442 went away. I mean, they had that Oldsmobile 442 with the quad 4 engine. Nothing in common with the earlier 442s, but hey, you know, Oldsmobile never has to apologize for the reputation and the legacy that these cars created.
I thought you were going to drop a little poetry on us there for a second. You said 442s, so classy, any way you choose. All right, got the numbers all worked out. Now, see, I called it poetry. Rutledge is going to put it called it rap.
Yeah, gangster rap.
Yep. 43 it is. Oh, that's good. Paul Guck waiting patiently there for the handshake. $43,000 buys that car. Well chosen.
Yeah, and I always like to see that top of the show car actually find a new owner.
Sure. Yeah, we all do.
You know, it's kind of like the circle is closed.
Right. All right, let's see if we can close the circle on this 57 T-Bird.
Scott.
Yes.
Hang on a second. We've never seen this. All the years we have been doing the Mecum auction, we've never seen this.
Okay.
I mean, we've seen 57 Thunderbirds.
Yes.
Haven't seen any with a 428 big block in it. Oh my! How did they ever do that?
I was waiting for you to get to that.
They would need David Copperfield to get that engine into that engine room. MSD ignition. That engine, by the way, came out of a '66 Thunderbird, which you could get in the Thunderbird in 1966. Wow, that is great. Willow green as the porthole hardtop, of course, but it's all about that 428. Wow. And a little 57 Baby Bird.
That car is a handful.
Oh, yeah. How much weight do you think is over the front end?
Wowzers.
I don't care. Makes it easier to smoke the tires.
Sure it does.
Yeah.
I mean, the color alone, that car was worth it, but then that's what's under the hood?
Yeah.
Come on. That's like, I would buy this T-Bird, and by the way, it'll also get this 428.
Well, and here's the other thing. You pull up to that guy, next to that guy at the light, you have no clue what's under that hood.
Right.
No.
Oh, you want to talk about stealth. Okay. It's got a new owner. Close that circle.
Oh, big time.
88 Dodge Power Ram pickup.
Fuel injected V8. My guess, 5.9. That's just an educated guess. Has an automatic transmission, 4-wheel drive, and it is the short bed body style, as you can see, with kind of like a diamond plate trim around the top of the pickup bed there. Aftermarket wheels. And very well presented black paint job.
That's good money for a truck that's of that generation that didn't have the Cummins diesel in it.
Yes. Yeah. Let's not forget how old that truck is. Let me see. Quick math. This is 2, 12, 37 years old.
Next on our auction block, 1959 MGA. This is one of 90 or so that are selling at no reserve today.
Oh, and Bill, it's got that tilt front end.
There's a good reason for that, and you're about to see why. Yep, they did the clamshell treatment on that front end so that they could put a small block Chevy in this little MG. 350 with a holly jolly 4-barrel. Automatic transmission. Willwood disc brakes, yep. Aluminum wheels, custom. There they are. They look like the Panasport or the Mini Light wheels. Love those. $9,000 according to the consignor, invested in the mechanical service. All the receipts are included.
I'm not going to lie, Bill. I found that one this morning, and I thought, how did they get this 350 in? I love that. What a cool ride.
Look at the hood scoop. That belongs on a NHRA Pro Stocker.
All right. 1948 Diamond T, a pickup truck that we see occasionally. This is a model 201. These are super cool, though.
Oh, they are. Diamond T, from my old truck driving days, I can remember that the Diamond T trucks were premium trucks. They built some really great, powerful big rigs, and, of course, these trucks as well. 236 cubic inch inline 6 with 90 horsepower. This was the second to the last year for the Diamond T. And they got sold. White Motor Company, I believe, moved in. Not mistaken. 4-speed manual transmission. Highly detailed as well. Chassis.
You know, you saw these Diamond T's used for so many kind of heavy-duty uses. You didn't see a ton in the pickup truck kind of style, right? I feel like most of them either had
construction trucks.
Yes, or maybe a fire body on there.
Fire body, yep.
Flatbed. This one's really nicely done.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, quick investigation, Bill. You are correct. White Motor Company bought Diamond T mid-'60s and eventually became Diamond Rio.
Diamond Rio.
That's a big name.
Yeah, I actually drove one of those years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Isn't it Diamond Rio that had the hit My Maria?
I was getting ready to say there was a country band, I think, named Diamond Rio back in the day.
Stevenson, wasn't it? The guy that My Maria? R.B. Stevenson something? Yeah.
I believe that might have been from West Side Story. Kidding.
By the way, when I was a truck driver, REO, the Rio trucks, stood for Ruins Every Owner.
Really?
Yeah.
I never heard that one.
But we're going way back for that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Hey, how about another Ford, this time 1967 and an F-100.
And that shot right there, Bill, is what kind of makes it so special. That's the Ford Crown Victoria front end that people are using to kind of slide on the chassis of these trucks. It's got the 4.6 V8 in there, and it's really changed the functionality of this body style truck. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you know, the whole idea of the subframe up front, as you mentioned, it really opens the door for customizers and builders to be much more flexible with how they want to deal with the engine and the front suspension, steering, things like that. 4.6 liter fuel injected V8, by the way, providing the power.
And we've got a good angle from here, but you can see how they actually lifted the bed floor to accommodate for how much they lowered the rear as well.
Yeah.
And the fuel cells hiding back there. That's a fun truck.
That's a one-off.
Sure is. And $16,000 buys it. There you see a good shot of it, courtesy of our ace jib camera operator, John Atkinson. We'll be back with more from KC in a flash.
2, 3, 4.
Oh, that amazing Corvette is coming to Kissimmee, Florida. It is the latest creation of the legendary designer Peter Brock, and it is his kind of do-over, if you will, on the 63 split window coupe. Chris Jacobs, you and I saw that. We unveiled it with Peter Brock at the McCacken Show, the Muscle Car and Corvette Nationals a few weeks ago in Chicago, and so many updates and really cool pieces that he has added to that car that'll be at Kissimmee.
Yeah, an honor to be there with Peter for the unveiling of that car. And you're right, Scott, you wouldn't even recognize some of the changes that he made to the 63 unless you lined it up next to a stock one.
Right.
Seeing this car in person is just witnessing a work of art.
Bigger rear glass, modern horsepower. All the non-functional vents in 63 are now functional. So that car will be in Kissimmee. We can't wait. That'll be a lot of fun. Here's a 1954 Chevy pickup that is coming to us here. $21,000 current bid, Bill.
Yeah, we should be close to selling this. This is another one of those bargain bills. Not a ton of money invested, but invested in all the right places. Great looking paint, wheels, powertrain, a high performance 350 with an automatic, and an upgraded stall converter to give it a little bit more launch control, you might say. New custom interior too. Maybe you got to look at it there. The diamond quilted pattern, so popular with hot rodders back in the day. Yeah, reserve is off. Probably will sell within moments.
There you go. You were correct, sir.
Yo.
And 24 grand.
And on the block now showing his
I think they'll enjoy that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of a take it to a cruise night, take it to a rod run, take it to a car show, multi-purpose.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was thinking the same thing, and anywhere you take it, you're going to draw a lot of attention.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. Cool. Let's move on. 1940 Chevy Master Business Coupe.
Well, nothing too outside the box on this. complete restoration. Previously, part of a private collection for a long time. How about from 1967 to last year? Professional detailing, odometer just over 12,000 miles, has that inline six you just saw with a 3-speed manual. Original floor pans underneath. Boy, sometimes that's the first thing to go with rust, but not this time.
You know how people say, oh, whatever it is, that's all business, right?
Yeah.
Nothing flashy about it, and that's case in point right here.
Well, I'll tell you, when you're watching some of these cars cross the block, and some of these collectors will get down there actually on their back with a flashlight and look underneath, most of the time they're checking the floor pans, see if either they've been hit or replaced or rusty. But they don't have to do it on this car. They're in excellent condition.
No room to make anybody.
Still has the bumper jack, the original bumper jack in it.
You want to be 30? Okay.
Well, I think 28 is going to put a button on that one, and we'll let it go to the bid goes on desk and see what they can do there. Okay, so next up, a 1952 Studebaker champion. This is another no reserve car.
Yeah, now this is sort of, kind of, almost quasi. I'm really trying to be specific here. One of those, bullet nose Studebakers. But by 1952, that styling motif was kind of changing a little bit, and they were smoothing that front end. And Rut, you're down there with that car. How's it look?
I mean, look at the interior of this thing, Bill. If the green on brown outside doesn't grab you, how about the sort of light white, off-white tan with the red-brown pinstriping? Like, everything about these cars was just so different. And we see that kind of glass house at the back that was sort of similar to some of those Fords we were talking about earlier. But when you see this car all put together, you really do get that sense that Studebaker was always different. They wanted to stand out, to be different, while at the same time kind of oddly trying to blend in, too. It's a weird mix, but what a neat ride.
And, of course, Raymond Loewy, the legendary designer, so responsible for the exterior styling on so many great Studebakers. And this one, you could not get away with that color scheme these days. I mean, that is pretty bold, that light green with the maroon top, huh?
I think it's awesome. I mean, to me, I love when you see a color pop, something that's different like that. And again, with that interior, I mean, they were styling, Scott.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're right. We all love it. Wish they would do something like that these days in the modern era, but I don't know if that's going to happen. At any rate, it is time for our NPD preview today. Very happy as usual again in 2025. It's been another great year for Mecum and National Parts Depot, a partnership that's been around for a long time. NPD's been around for nearly 50 years. And for our NPD preview, we send it over to Chris Jacobs.
Yeah, Scott, well, if you've been watching Mecum auctions during 2025, you know that the pickup truck market is scorching hot right now. We've got a great one right here. This has been through a recent frame-off restoration. It is a 1979 F-150 pickup truck powered by a fresh 468 V8 topped off by a Holley Sniper EFI system. Just awesome. That is backed up by a rebuilt C6 transmission. Now, this is the Lariat trim package. 1978 was the second year for that trim package, which included that gorgeous two-tone paint and also some upgrades in the interior. But the consignor of this car took it to even the next level. Get a load of what's going on inside here. Look at that gorgeous plaid and black interior. No expense spared on the materials, too. And I love the fact that the headliner is done as well. Just such a great effect, and totally solid too. Everything about this truck done to the highest level. And oh, Bill Stevens, if someone happens to have an F-Series truck from 1948 to 1979, What reading materials may they turn to?
I'd call that a sledgehammer setup, wouldn't you? Yeah. You better get your hands on that book right there. That's the NPD catalog. I know our good friend, the COO of NPD, Rick Schmidt, is watching, and we love that guy. He'll be in Kissimmee, I'm sure, and he is a real car guy. Knows more about cars than all of us combined, and that's why that catalog is so comprehensive. You need it, especially if you're going to update or restore your F-150.
And that's not the only model-specific catalog that NPD has. You can see the entire line at that website on the bottom of your screen, nationalpartsdepot.com. And they can get you your parts in a hurry as well. Thank you, NPD. 2005 Mercedes-Benz. Thank you, Mercedes-Benz, for bringing us the SL class. This SL 500 tops out at 15.5.
5-liter, that everywhere V8 engine from Mercedes found its way into so many of their cars. 302 horse, automatic, and plenty of standard and optional equipment.
Next up, here's an interesting little car. It is a 1982 Porsche 928 selling at no reserve.
Oh my Lord, Scott. It's a it's a 928 with a 5-speed manual. Do you know how many people are looking for a manual in a 928? And when you can find one, don't let it get away. 4.5-liter V8 engine. Just over 300 horsepower or so, gold exterior, brown interior, but you notice that 5-speed manual that makes this car, I gotta have it.
Well, of course, this was the car that was meant to replace the 911, and thank goodness Peter Schutte, was the president of Porsche at the time, stepped in, took his magic Sharpie and extended the lifeline of the 911 off of the board, so that car would go on forever. But the 928 did very well in its own right. Of course, front engine, which is a departure for Porsche at the time. And this one's got a certain risky business quality to it.
And
I love it.
Yeah. And a V8 too, Porsche with a V8 engine. That was something nobody expected.
Exactly. No reserve, and it sells here for $19,000. Congratulations to whoever bought that car. Back in a moment. Oh, that little Porsche is heading back to its parking spot temporarily until the new owner can collect it and hit the road.
Oh, they're going to leave here happy, Scott.
And yes.
And you said it, Bill. 5-speed in 928? Ooh la la.
Oh, that's a unicorn.
We roll on with our live coverage here on ESPN Plus today, and a 2012 Corvette. Here's one for you. Torch red. That's 6.2-liter V8, but one owner on this 2012 Vet here, Bill.
And it's got an Edelbrock supercharger on it, Scott. And that is a conversion that we saw Mike Yeager before from Mid-America Motor Works. He's got a shop out there. And a lot of guys with Corvettes go there, and his shop can install those Edelbrock superchargers. You'll leave there with another 100 horsepower. So that is a really significant upgrade in power when you bolt one of those on.
Yeah, especially if your brother-in-law's not available. Those guys do great.
Yeah, they're even better than he is.
As a Corvette guy, Bill, what did you think of the exposed headlight coming back with the C6 generation?
Well, again, Mr. Old School here. I thought it was great. I had Corvettes that had the revolving headlights, and they didn't always work, especially the older cars. So, and I like that style. I really do.
I like that look, too.
Yep.
Okay, the high bid on that Corvette was 36, so it'll head toward bid goes on, and we've got a 71 Continental Mark III now.
Another original car,
Wow.
Very original. It's got the 460 big block in it, the automatic transmission, of course, and all the power stuff that it should have. Steering, AC, tilt wheel, power seats and locks. They've got the original window sticker and owner's manual too, and it's got a Marty report with it too. Odometer reads 63.9. We'll see where it goes, because it hasn't gone far yet.
7 counts on a minute.
This car fits right into Kansas City, doesn't it?
Right on.
Pull up in front of the steakhouse in this bad boy.
Big time.
Fit right in.
Jack Stack's still around?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think so.
I hope so.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Our producer John Sifferlin says yes. He ate there last night.
Thanks for the invite.
The high bid here is $6,000, and you know, anything under 10, that's going to be fine. Got to get there though. Got to get to 10, maybe. Anyway, we move on. 67 Chevelle Super Sport is next. This is the one, Chris, you had out in a different part of the building here a little while ago.
Yeah, this was my top of show preview car, and it just immediately caught my eye. First, it was the stance, the color-matched wheels, the monochrome exterior and interior. It is a factory SS, however, no indication on the consignment sheet that is the numbers matching 396, but it does have the 396 under the hood.
It looks like an L78, 375 horse, 396. It does have the aluminum intake and the big 4-barrel, but I'm not going to swear to it, but it does look as if it's a big power 396. And it sells, wow, that didn't take long.
Well, they're not done yet. The reserve came off.
Oh, the money's still coming in?
It's still coming in.
Yeah, don't let me short sheet you. This could keep going for a little while.
Yeah, I will say when it was out in the staging lanes, it had a lot of eyeballs on it, so some interested customers.
Well, 56 is going to be the number of record for that Chevelle SS 1967. Was it Fort Worth or was it Las Vegas a few weeks ago that we had Bentley after Bentley after
Vegas.
Bentley? Was it Vegas? Vegas. First one here today, Continental GTC from 07.
Yeah, with the motor I like, that's the 6-liter W12 with 552 turbocharged horsepower. A couple of turbos on duty on that engine, and that, I'll tell you, that is a velvet hammer, as we always used to say. When these cars started coming to the auction block in fair regularity, the GTCs were the world's fastest convertible for a while. All the options just loaded right up. They checked off everything when this car was originally ordered. Power top, red leather interior, heated and massaged front seats. They did add an aftermarket touchscreen infotainment system, rear view camera, front and rear parking sensors, integrated dual exhaust with polished tips. And by the way, when you option out a Bentley, each one of those options can easily run into 4 figures. So the money adds up.
If you had walked into a Bentley dealership in 2007 and said, in less than 20 years, you're going to get this car for less than $20,000, they would have kicked you right out.
Yeah.
Yep, you are correct.
Yes, the depreciation curve is extreme.
But it just happened here, $16,000 for that one. 72 wrapped up the glamour era for the Chevy pickup trucks. This one, however, looks not much like it did back in the day.
A little more glamorous.
Yeah, perhaps. A little more power.
Yeah, we resprayed it in a different color yellow than would have been available. It's a step-side bed, and it's a older frame-off restoration. 350, 700 R4, and custom wheels.
And that one,
ooh, easy peasy,
$12,000. Mecum yellow,
right.
Chevy C10. Let's see what happens with the Ford Fairlane 500 Club Victoria. 1958, here it comes.
Ooh, that's a black diamond. Look at how that shines underneath the lights.
Yes, sir.
Once again, not a subject for a customization that we see very much. The 500 Club Victoria Ford. This has the 352 in it. And new everything. 3-speed manual transmission has been rebuilt. 356 gears in the back. Beautiful black, a lot of chrome. Stainless. And it will not be an extremely expensive vehicle to buy.
bid at 24. Interior looks terrific.
My mother had a 58 Ford.
Yeah?
She had a 292 in it. It was a police engine. And one day I decided I was going to clean the engine for her, and I took off the valve covers, and I took off the rocker shafts.
Oh, dear.
And I cleaned all the oil off of them. Put the rocker shafts back in.
How old were you when you did this?
I was
like
in my
12?
teens. Yeah, no, I was in my teens. Nobody explained to me about valve lash.
Yeah.
That when, when you put the rocker arm back in, you have to set the valve lash on the solid lifter.
So what did Mom say after she started it up and got?
Oh,
the
you
first time
thought it
after?
started it up?
Well, I was going to say if she got it started.
We'll end it right there.
Every cat in the neighborhood ran for the hills.
Use your imagination. What happened?
Oh man.
I like those wheels, U.S. mags.
Never mind. Thank you.
27,000, and it's sold.
Pickup truck.
I bet you were like mid-20s before she gave you a set of car keys after that, right?
I can't remember what I know that that car had problems after that for quite a while.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great story, though.
That's true.
That's terrific. All right, let's move on. A 2006 GMC 5500.
Yeah, big boy truck, 6.6 liter, Duramax diesel. And that's a fifth wheel setup. I mean, you could get your stacker trailer if you're a drag racer, any kind of racer. You get a fifth wheel trailer, RV, a slide right in there. You pull anything with that, I'm guessing. It's got to be 700 pound-feet of torque lurking underneath the hood of that. Backup camera, tilt wheel, cruise control.
However, it is not for hire.
Not for hire, it is for sale.
Always love these.
Still for sale.
Especially when you see you put a truck bed on there, a dually bed, put a lift on it. I just think they're the coolest.
Bid goes on that truck as we get to check out a 69 Chevy Caprice. They've done some upgrades here.
And they have, yep, that Caprice, that top trim level for Chevy. Debuted a few years earlier. It's an LS3. That's 430 horsepower with a 4L80E automatic transmission and long tube headers.
Bill, I'm not sure I've seen a custom engine cover quite like that one before. I don't know if you had.
Nope.
So, I was trying to figure out if there was something hiding under there.
Yeah, no, that was unique, wasn't it? Dakota digital gauges, Riddler wheels, 20-inch diameter. Now those look every inch of 20 inches, don't they?
Sure do.
Yeah.
They're fit up in there really nicely.
Aluminum radiator, no danger of that engine overheating.
Well, a high bid, 23,000. And so it is still for sale as well. And 63 Chevy 2 Nova will be right behind it.
Yep, second year for the Nova. The Chevy 2 became the Nova back in 1968. They kind of dropped the Chevy 2 nomenclature. And we had Novas. This one with a 4-bolt main 350, a mild camshaft in there. 700 R4 automatic transmission and a few other goodies. 308 rear end in the back. The digital gauges again, vintage air. Tilt steering column. There you see the sidewinder shifter on the floor there. And this was the boxy style. This is how they looked when they debuted a couple of years earlier, actually 62 and then 66, 67. And on. Everything was smoother. More, I guess you might say aerodynamic, although that wasn't the reason they went that way. It was more for style and practicality.
But you're right, they were just kind of a little more swoopy and streamlined.
Yeah. You know, in the first year, you get a 4, a 6 a cylinder engine in them. Either one of those. V8 didn't come 283 until a little later, so they really weren't designed to be performance cars for several years later.
And this is a car you might actually need some traction bars like that underneath it.
Oh, look at those.
Yeah, when you got that short of a wheelbase and a lot of power, it really can make a difference.
You got it, man. Solid rear end. It gets real tail happy.
Russ Conklin says last call. And there it is, 24-5. Okay. How about another SL 550 from Mercedes-Benz? This from 2007.
Yep, the 302 horsepower, 5.5. This one with panoramic glass roof and a retractable hardtop. Nav, leather, heated, cool seats, dual zone climate, multi-spoke 18-inch wheels. And I'll tell you, the life has not been driven out of this Benz. Only 30,000 miles plus on the odometer.
Wowzers.
That thing's beautiful, and you really could see that glass roof when Wilfredo put the camera in there.
Yeah.
You kind of mentioned earlier, these have a really iconic shape and sort of style that really does have that timeless vibe, and especially when one's been taken care of as well as this one has, really, really pops.
Yeah, I can remember years ago. Remember when manufacturers would change the styling every year practically out of Detroit? And then they finally realized that, you know, if you got a design that people like, you know what?
Stick with it.
Stay with it for a while.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Here's $26,000 for your SL 550, and those folks can take it home from 2007. We're going to take a break here, and when we come back, just a couple hours remain on our Friday fun in Kansas City. Stay with us. We are back in Kansas City, coming up on the top of the hour here as you take a look down that 303 staging lane. As usual, always a presence here on the Mecum block, and for very good reason. Each one of the cars and trucks that come under the lights and down that red carpet gets a generous application of 303 product. You can find out more at 303mecum.com. Let's pick it up with an absolutely spectacular bill. 2020 GT500 that just sold for how much? What was it? John Sifferlin, what was the sale price? 74.
Yeah, 74.
74,000. Thank you.
Wow. That's the one everybody wanted back in 2020. They're hard to get. Dealers only had so many, and if they had one, they'd mark them up $1 million. Well, not $1 million. You know what I mean.
Yes, it looks like $1 million, but in reality, just 74,000, and just a fantastic rapid red, black rally stripe color combination, the black wheels. Love it.
760 horsepower. That's how much I love it.
No kidding. What a car. All right, on to a 2011 Silverado 3500 HD pickup now.
Yeah, we've had our share of big boy pickups today, haven't we? This is a crew cab. You bet. Yep, it's a dually LTZ package, 6.6 liter Duramax diesel with the Allison automatic transmission. As legendary a powertrain as you will find in a pickup truck, that Duramax and an Allison. Yep, built to last. It's got nav, leather, heated seats, option after option, and a very clean fifth wheel setup in the back.
38,000 will not cover it here today. So let's see what's coming up right behind it. However, before we do that, we want to check in with Chris Jacobs real quickly.
Yeah, Scott, out here with a very cool car that's going to be going across the block tomorrow. This one is not only cool in and of itself, it's also got a very cool story behind it. So first, what is it? Well, it's a 1970 Chevelle SS with the 454. That's the LS5 version of the 454 under the hood. Numbers matching, of course. It's backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. cowl induction hood. This is done up in beautiful phantom blue with a white interior, white rally stripes. So very cool car standing on its own. But what's the cool story behind it? Well, it's a homecoming of sorts for this car because it was born right here in Kansas City at Chevrolet's Leeds production plant. One of only 2,763 Chevelle SS's to leave that plant in 1970, and it's come all the way back around here 55 years later and made its way home to Kansas City. And hopefully, if all goes well on the auction block, we'll be going home with a new owner. But supercar and an even better story backing it up, Scott.
Oh my goodness. And yeah, there, you know what, here's what I'll do. Chris, thank you very much. You are absolutely correct, but there's even more to that story, which we will kind of save for when that car comes on the auction block. It's really cool.
The art of the tease.
Absolutely. Everything Chris said is true, don't get me wrong, but that's a cool story behind that car. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that very much. Now, a 2017 Toyota Tacoma is in the middle of the block here at Bartle Hall, Kansas City.
Back in 1959, Pontiac instituted their wide track look. Obviously, the folks at Toyota were paying attention. Look at the width of the track on this Tacoma pickup. See it in a minute. That's the engine, the 3.5 liter V6. But wow, we're talking about a wide footprint here on this truck. That is built to crawl. Wow.
Sure thing, man. And those tires are tall enough and wide enough to help you get up into the bed if you need to.
Yeah. Man, that's almost a steamroller. Lift kit, 12 inches worth. And it's 24 by 16-inch wheels provided by Fuel. 37-inch tires, and what a stance. See, now if you lived in Massachusetts, I don't think you could get an inspection sticker.
Oh.
Because the wheels and tires are not supposed to protrude outside of the wheel wells.
Yeah.
But that's not the case in every state, obviously.
Yeah. Some inspectors in Massachusetts might say, if they're really cool, they might say, those are close enough.
They'd have to be cool or drunk, one or the other.
That looks like an RC.
Yes, radio control truck.
RC truck that grew up, doesn't it?
You nailed it. That's it.
That's cool. All right, a 39 Ford on the auction block.
Chevy Power, 5.7 tuned port engine. Automatic with overdrive, Ford 9-inch rear end. There you see beautiful detailing in the engine bay. See the air conditioning compressor over yonder there. Removable hardtop. You see these, and we're used to seeing them being a fixed roof coupe. Not this one. Rack and pinion steering. Got adjustable ride height with that air ride suspension in it. Electric windows and electric deck lid.
Ooh, hear that growl?
Yeah,
that's pretty sweet.
That's got a deep voice. Black on black with great looking wheels. Those 5-spoke custom wheels.
Are you sure that's black? I mean, we've had a couple, right, that have not been.
We have been bamboozled a few times today.
Still working on it at 43,000.
See how motivated the consignor is. We're kind of flirting with market correct money on this. Got to remind you, that is a 39 Ford, and the body contours on that are nothing like what an original 39 Ford would look like. Everything is so exaggerated.
Right.
On that body.
Wouldn't it be cool to have a real untouched 39 Ford right behind it so we can just do, counterpoint?
Compare
counterpoint? Right.
Each feature, yeah. Be a big difference.
Well, there's a lot of thinking going on somewhere here.
Yeah,
Building. They've been sitting on this 43 for a while.
Like I said, you know, it's tantalizing, I'm sure, for the consignor to sell it where it is, but I think he's hoping for more.
Well, took a little bit extra time, but they made it happen.
Yep, I'm sure Frank put some numbers together to convince the consignor that this would be the money.
$43.5 it is after all that. So I think both ends are going to be happy.
Yep.
Terrific car, no question there. 1969 Camaro Super Sport, a real Super Sport, Bill Stevens. And I see an engine upgrade, obviously, and I see 427 badging on this car. Can we trust that?
Yeah, it's an LS7.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to guess over 500 horsepower lurking in between those front fenders. 6-speed Tremec, T56 manual. Pro Touring flavored custom build. And it's got certainly the qualifications underneath with the Heights 4-link rear suspension and 4-wheel Willwood disc brakes. Leather interior. We always like to see a restitched, modified interior on a Pro Touring car. You know, every element of the build should have that Pro Touring flavor like this one. Billet specialty wheels. The dashboard, by the way, is a custom unit as well.
So you're saying this is kind of on the edge of Pro Touring, or?
Not as radical Pro Touring cars we have seen.
Okay.
Sometimes we'll see more modifications in terms of the body.
Yes.
And paint, things like that. Maybe a real wild custom paint job.
And really big horsepower sometimes.
Big horsepower, yeah.
That sometimes is the key. Hey, but you know what? $90,000, that reserve comes off. It's our top seller so far, if that happens.
95 will get the reserve off?
Yeah, working it.
95 will
Ooh. Might be within 5K, don't know. Let's see what happens. If we get an update, we'll give it to you here. But first, let's go over and check in with Rutledge, standing by in the 303 staging lane.
Scott, I found something that is a little bit of a throwback, but a real fun one. How about the Viper-powered 2005 Dodge Ram SRT10 pickup? Now, a couple things. Number one, they still called this a Dodge. It wasn't just a Ram. Number two, underneath the hood was that 8.3-liter, 500 horsepower V10, sort of, I think, a derivative of the Viper engine. It was set up a tiny bit differently. Inside of this two-door, you've got that Hurst shifter, which powers that T56 6-speed Magnum. Now, this was available with the manual in the two-door. The four-door version of this same truck had an automatic. The wing was on here. This was a real big time in NASCAR for Dodge when they were celebrating their connectivity with NASCAR, and Danielle and I were working together at Fox Sports back in the day and Speed Channel. We got to see a lot of these show up at Daytona every year. I know that NASCAR has some fun roots with a lot of great nicknames for people. Like my buddy Phil, we called Big Jesus. Adam was Hot Sauce, but there's a guy named Shrek that drove one of these that was all black, blacked out, and he was a jack man for the Haas team back in the day, and I loved seeing this thing at the track all the time. It was so cool. But guys, this is one of those ones that's still really special to people just because it was so wild. But how about those wheels? Are 6-lug on the Viper-powered truck, but the Viper, 5-lug on the truck. The Viper had 6-lug wheels, which, Bill, you'll have to walk me through as a Viper guy. I've never understood that part, but still love these trucks. They're rare to see. This one's showing a little over 55,000 miles on the clock, but what a fun ride this would be to add to someone's collection, guys.
Yeah, Rutledge, they really couldn't pull very much out of the parts bin for these trucks. A lot of the parts on these trucks were specific for it. But of course, the drivetrain, that is straight from the Viper playbook, the 8.3, which was an upgrade from the 8.0 that the Viper began with. And yeah, I was at the New York Auto Show when this truck debuted back in '04, and I said, you know what, I got to get one, and I didn't. I got a Viper, so. You know, I guess I sort of got one, but without the truck body.
You were in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
The Viper without the truck body. Oh, man, you're hilarious sometimes. Not all the time, sometimes. Here is a 2022 Silverado, and a special one at that. It's a 1500 RST Waldock Edition.
That's a mouthful, huh? Silverado 1500 RST Waldock Edition pickup. What does that all mean? 6.2 liter, 420 horsepower V8 with a Z71 off-road package. 10-speed automatic. Lots of nice additions. Two-tone leather interior with heated front seats. This has the tow package in it. Big 20-inch wheels. 33 by 11.5 by 20-inch tires. And a great-looking cherry red paint job.
Boy, that is reminiscent of that GT500 red that we saw a little while ago, man. That is so good.
All eyeball.
We're going to take a break here and step away from our live coverage on ESPN Plus. More to come shortly. Outstanding Corvette coming up for us tomorrow, everyone. 1966 Nassau blue, unusual color combination, blue interior, but the engine room is loaded with that L72, 4.25 horse, 427 side exhaust, gold line tires. That's a matching numbers engine and transmission, by the way. That is coming up tomorrow here at Mecum, Kansas City. We have coverage starting again at noon Eastern, 11 o'clock here in the Midwest, live on ESPN Plus. Cannot wait to see what that Corvette brings tomorrow, Bill. In the meantime, here's a Hendrick Performance 2010 Camaro LS for us.
Interesting story behind this. This is the first base V6 production car, okay, built by Hendrick Performance. Now, we're familiar with their cars being these big V8s with just monster horsepower ratings. This one, just a little 3.6 liter V6 that's been dyno tuned by the guys at Hendrick Performance. Air induction systems, 6-speed manual. So old Rick Hendrick and the boys took a little off their fastball here. Instead of the big block engine, they went with one of these. But it's still a high-performance car, don't get me wrong. And it sells. It will sell. The reserve just came off, and the money is still rolling in.
$16,500 is the bid.
17. Yeah.
You're at the hood. We're done. We're done. Bye. We're done.
Good luck, sir. Good luck. Yeah! What do we say, boys?
$17,000.
Hey,
sold in
are you kidding me?
City.
A documented real Hendrick Performance Camaro for under $20,000.
Thank you.
George doesn't kid around. 17 it is. Hey, remember that Pro Touring 69 Camaro? It was a $90,000 car, and it went to bid goes on. Well, guess what? Breaking news. They made a deal during the commercial break. I'm just told by Violet Mecum on our block that it sold for $89,000.
That's the way it's supposed to work. When the car goes to the bid goes on, the fellas over there will field offers from people that didn't buy it as it was on the block and want to take a shot at it and try to get the consignor to accept an offer, and we just saw that happen.
Exactly right. All right, 32, oh man, a classic 32 Highboy.
Yeah, classic, that's the operative word here. How about that? You've seen that engine before. That's a tuned port Chevy 350, turbo automatic, and beautiful fit and finish. The construction, the level of craftsmanship on this build, look at how everything just fits together. presented so well with the chrome steering column you just saw, the beautiful chrome 5-spoke American racing wheels, staggered 17 and 18 inches. Nitto tires. That's Porsche red, popular color for hot rodders. Fiberglass body, by the way, from Westcott. And one of the things that they do on these Westcott bodies, which you will not usually see on the real steel bodies, is they have hidden door hinges to really smooth the side of that car.
Now offering F-183 and 05 Bentley Continental GT all-wheel drive.
All right, 49 buys that high boy. 2005 Continental GT now, no reserve.
Second one we've had, and with that same W12 6-liter, 552 horsepower twin turbo, and all-wheel drive. That's kind of like an executive jet on wheels. That will give you almost the speed, but certainly the comfort and the performance and all the creature comforts that you would want in an automobile. And of course, you can't ignore, you know, having the, might say, the image of Bentley as well, adding to it. This is the Continental. This would be the performance variant of the Bentley.
Have you ever flown one of those little private jets, those little executive jets?
I've flown in them. I've never flown one.
No, that's what I meant.
Oh, good. Okay. You think someone would let me fly their plane?
No, that's not what I was asking.
Okay.
Not at all. I know better than that.
I have.
Yeah, I never have.
You can't help but feel like you're one of the entitled class when you're in one.
17 is the bid. No reserve.
20. Call Chad or something. 20,000 bid. 20. 19, 20. Not going to be a 20,000. And I'm going to be a 20 bid. Not going to be a 20. Going to be a 19. Going to be a 20. Down to be 20. Thank you. 20,000. Now 20. Going to be a 20. Down to be
I have flown in some smaller aircraft.
Propeller
aircraft, including a Cessna 152. I had to put my legs in the back seat because they were so small.
No room.
Yeah, that was hard. That was tough.
But you know, if there's a problem, you'd be the first one out because you're halfway out there already.
That's true.
We're driving a Bentley.
$19,000.
Another one sold in Kansas City.
Oh, devilishly inexpensive for that car.
Yes, sir. And they'll be riding in style. Here's a 1979 K10 Silverado. And looking pretty 1979 accurate here.
Yeah, it does. And it has that cream filling paint that I talk about. Color up top, color on the bottom. 350, rebuilt turbo 350. And a 4-barrel carburetor with an aluminum intake. That's your induction system, as you can see. Finned valve covers. A little bit more bling under the hood. It's got stainless steel headers and dual exhaust, like that. Never rust. Two fuel tanks too on this. Some extras, huh?
I just want to point out how wild it is that an all-wheel drive turbo Bentley just went through for less than this truck is going for right now.
By 10 grand.
I mean, unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know,
and it's a long bet.
And you know, Rut, you make a good point. You know, when we're at the auction, people come and say, hey, how much do you think that's going to sell for? Every auction's different.
Absolutely.
The bidders are different. Everything's different. You don't know.
Yeah, and honestly, it's why you've got to come to Mecum and see this and experience it in person. To get to sit out there and to think, man, I might be able to get the car of my dreams right now for a song. And someone just did.
You know, it's for sale.
It's happening.
It could take off. It could stay right there, but I got 26 right now.
Right.
No question. Well, a 79 K10 just brought 26.
I got a great flying story. I don't know if I have time, but it's crazy what happened. But let's save that for later.
We'll bookmark that, and when we have a moment, because I want to hear it. I think everybody at home wants to as well.
Boy.
Bill Stevens stories, those are highly rated, man.
Okay, if you say so.
You should write a book. 1999 Z28.
Yeah. Nice. Again, nothing outside the box on this. 300 horse, 5.7 liter.
Bill, nothing outside the box?
Well, it's got 72 miles on the odometer.
Okay, it's only got 72 miles. It's wrapped in plastic on the inside.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, there is something kind of special about it, right?
No modifications, I guess, was my point. But yeah, factory AC, Delco AM/FM cassette, power windows and locks, power steering. Yeah, power everywhere. LS1, by the way. This is the LoPo LS1, 305 horsepower. Never dealer prepped, as you mentioned, Rod. That's why it's still in the wrapper.
Yeah, and it's kind of wild. I don't remember seeing this color very much on the Z28 back then. Do you?
Bright blue metallic is what it's called. But that color is so similar to so many other blues, you know, as we came through the Corvettes and Camaros over the years. Yeah, this is not what we usually see these cars trade for. $35,000 and still not enough.
The brakes still work really well. I don't know if you noticed that.
Well,
they came to a screeching halt just there.
The pads are brand new.
I know. Absolutely. That is pretty cool, though.
Rupp brings up a really good point, though, guys. I was talking to Scott. Remember those high school students that I was talking to before?
Sure.
And they said, this is our first Mecum auction, and we're having fun, like, betting against each other how many of us can correctly get, like, as close to the Kelley Blue Book price of each car. And he said they're also vastly different. Sometimes we're really far off. And I said, each auction's different. Like Bill said, depends who's in the audience. It's sometimes hard to gauge.
Yep. Sure is.
Yeah, I'd like a Kelley Blue Book that has a Pro Mod 69 Camaro in there with a value. Wouldn't that be nice?
Right.
I wonder what it would be for a 72 GMC Sprint that's Pro Street.
Like this one.
Yeah.
Exactly. You guys, I'll see y'all later.
Don't forget, under your options, add a nitro solenoid and those big meats in the back, Bill, and way more stuff you've got there.
Oh, this is full house. Are you kidding me? 406 cube small block, that's where we start. Upgraded induction, MSD ignition, yada, yada, yada. Man, oh, man. Ford 9-inch rear end and 17. Oh, yeah, you're dreaming if you think that'll buy that car.
Mickey Thompson in the rear.
Oh,
Mickey
the Pro
Thompson
Street
tires.
rubber? Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Wow. Okay, here is 1935 sedan delivery from Ford.
Pretty truck, huh? Crate motor 302 from Ford Motorsport with aluminum heads and intake.
Okay.
Automatic transmission. It's got overdrive too. Simple paint. Solid red. Black fenders. Riddler wheels. What else do you need to know? This is a bargain build. Not $100,000 went into it. Looks like $1 million, and it will sell. I'm going to guess low 20s, perhaps.
Okay. This is a good time for a flying story.
My friend Frank Kingston Smith takes me up in his Cessna, and we're flying along. I'm in the the co-pilot seat.
Yes.
Says, "You want to fly this?" He says, "I don't know how to do this." He says, "Don't worry, I'll show you what to do." So I grab the yoke and I'm going. Everything's fine. He says, "Oh no, here's how you make a left turn." So he says, make sure you keep the nose up, keep your speed, watch the horizon.
Like a 2-minute turn.
Whatever, yep. I made the turn, leveled it off, and I said, how'd I do? He said, you did great. We only lost 500 feet of altitude.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. So he took it after that.
Good. Glad to hear that.
There we go.
The reserve is off on this 35 Ford.
Yeah, pretty much where I thought the money would go.
26.
I had a similar experience in college when I was doing traffic for a radio station in Indy. Guy gave me the stick, said, here, you take it. I did not lose 500 feet.
Oh, good.
It was fantastic, though. It was quite an experience. I was hooked.
What was it? What were you flying, a plane?
What?
Fixed wing?
152, yeah.
Okay.
Now I'll bring up 188, no
26,000 just bought that sedan delivery. Okay, here you go with your SRT 10 from 2005, Bill.
Yes, sir. The 8.3 liter. That's when they bumped it up to 500 horsepower from 450. It's got aftermarket exhaust added to it and an aftermarket air intake as well. Not that you need that, because that came with 500 horsepower right out of the blocks. Tremec T56 6-speed manual. That's the transmission you also found in the Viper. It is a Viper drivetrain. They've added a Hurst shifter, lowered it all the way around, 4-wheel discs. And fast truck, what would you expect?
And Bill, remind me, was this cammed slightly different? I feel like there was something just slightly different with this setup than what was in the Viper, right?
You mean internally?
Yeah, was there something, I felt like they gave it just a tiny bit less juice, or they tried to make it a little, I don't want to say safer, might be the right word.
No, I wouldn't say that. I don't know. As far as I know, I thought they just carried it all the way over from the Viper assembly line.
And these are the things that I don't get. Single exit exhaust, 5-lug on the wheels. The Viper gets 6 lugs.
Right.
I've never understood that. There's going to be so much power, we had to have an extra lug.
Here's my question. Maybe it was, like they've done it on other models, just a paperwork, an administrative difference in the numbers. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. Good question.
However, the
though.
Viper had racing pretensions, and these didn't. So they may have planned on those 6 lugs being necessary.
Welcome back. Still a terrific crowd on hand here at Mecum, Kansas City. And before we get back to the block, it is time for today's installment of our Stable Performance Tip with Chris Jacobs.
Oh, man, do I have a good one for you, Scott. This truck is an absolute beast. It's known as the farm truck. I don't think it's spent a lot of time on a farm lately. It is a custom Pro Street C10 off the rails, 1974. Check out that 6.3 liter V8 under the hood with that Sniper high ram intake system over it. Wow, check out the interior too. Gorgeous full leather custom. And look at the bed, raised up to hide all that air ride suspension technology under there. Now, we mentioned that this is our Stable Performance Tip of the day, and we are featuring In Season. What does it do? Well, it protects and cleans your fuel system. Just put a little bit of it in your tank every time you fill up, and Stable is going to do the work for you. Get the most out of your ride by using a little In Season in your favorite vehicle. Scott, back to you.
Oh, thank you, Chris. StableMecum.com. That is your headquarters website for all things stable related. Here's a 1956 Chevy 3100. What do you think of when you see this truck, Bill?
2 things.
Okay.
That's what I call high gloss paint.
Yes.
And I love the kidney bean knockoff wheels a la Halabrand that are chrome with that black paint.
I knew you would go there.
Oh, they are singing to each other, aren't they? 350 cubic inch crate motor in there with a turbo 350, an aftermarket 350 actually, upgraded by the folks at Speedway. Smooth firewall you may have seen before. Great build. Autometer gauges, tilt steering column. A lot of new trim on the outside, chrome and stainless.
And $42,000 buys that truck.
Oh, Merry Christmas, whoever that is.
I thought you were going to go the food route, something with some kind of a dark chocolate cake with a splash of whipped cream on top.
No, I wasn't going there.
I really like this. I want to apologize, fellas. I think I was confusing how the 440 and old Dodges would sometimes come in like the RV and then have a different cam. I thought for some reason they did something different in the tuning with that SRT10 truck and the Viper, but the internet seems to be telling me I was incorrect for thinking that.
Well, you're good to remember that whole 440 deal, that engine having a different horsepower rating depending on the application. Very good, Rutledge.
I was trying.
Yeah, you did it.
I was down the street.
Hey, look at the money on this 2023 Osprey OC90.
How many of these do we usually get?
Per event, 0.
Yeah, really.
This is a once in a while.
Yeah, and it's only a couple years old, only about 4,700 miles on the odometer. LS3, 430 horse, 6.2 with a 6L80E, 6-speed. That first number on that transmission, the 6L, always tells you how many speeds you'll find inside. Did we sell it?
Oh man, I was looking at the next car. I'll double check real quick.
It may still be. No, it is not.
It did not sell. High bid at $85,000.
Yes.
Okay, here's a 2004 Cadillac XLR convertible down at the other end. And it's going to make its way toward us here in a second.
Guys, here's a fun one. My dad, who's been watching us on Mecum every weekend, said, hey, I'm looking for an XLR. And I was like, what? He said, yeah, like, thanks you. We have this whole conversation. He might come down to Kissimmee, but so I sent him a picture this morning. I said, watch this one today. And Bill,
this one, this very one.
Okay, one.
Okay.
Bill, you know, it seems like the XLR was oddly not as popular when it came out. Now it seems like it's kind of come into its own for the appreciation I think that people have for it.
Yep, the early cars, not the taste to a lot of people, but once those North Star V8s really came around, this one has the 4.6 with the 320 horse, an automatic transmission powertrain. Yes, they have found an audience. These cars were built on the same assembly line as the Corvette back then, and you find a lot of Corvette flavor throughout these cars, and they were not inexpensive when new. When they were puffed out, they could go $80,000, $90,000. And now, as you can see, they are ultra affordable.
Yeah, sold for 17 grand, Scott.
Here's a 55 F100 right on its heels.
Another custom pickup truck. And Rutledge, go take a look at that left rear fender.
It's got the spare tire mount.
Yep.
Right, but no spare tire, which is always what would get me with my old Chevy truck that I had. But yeah, it's really interesting when you see these. This one also doesn't have the tailgate, and yet under the hood, that sure looks like a Chevy LS to me.
Correctamundo. Yes, a Gen 3 5.3 liter LS. Has upgraded injectors, throttle body as well, custom headers, a rebuilt 4L60 transmission. Ooh, with a heavy-duty stall converter, 2,800 RPM stall, Mustang 2 front end, as we talked about. That treatment in the front end that gives you so much flexibility with how you want to go. Got lowered spindles there with a disc brake conversion. Power steering as well.
Guys, I got to say, as someone that has one of these sitting behind his friend's house in pieces, it makes so much more sense to come to Mecum and buy one of these. Even if it's not 100% your taste, you can modify it usually for way less than you can to a whole complete build.
You are singing the mantra that we have for so long here. Come to Mecum before you go into the expense and the time it takes to have something built.
You got it. All right, before we resume our block coverage, let's check in with Danielle Trotta.
Thank you, Scott. It's our final show here in Kansas City for 2025, so we're a little nostalgic, thinking back to all the great memories we've made. Over 150 hours right here live with you, streaming on ESPN+. And so many memories made here in Kansas City. You know, Mecum's been coming to this city and sharing all these great cars with the fine folks here for over 30 years. But now it's time to share your favorite memories in this edition of Memory Lane. It's where you submit your favorite photos of cars you've owned on our Mecum Facebook page. The first one comes from Mr. Johnny Knox. He said, take a look at this. It was my beauty, my favorite 50 years ago, my 68 Plymouth GTX. I won the Labatt's Beer Company Gas Brackets Championship at Saskatchewan International Raceway. I love it, Johnny. You got the trophy, girl, the bell bottoms, and most importantly, the trophy. Job well done. Next up, you got Keith Sharp. He said, this is my wedding day. Married my beautiful bride in 1983. And guys, I think the getaway car looks like a Pantera. You got the balloons on the back, and turned out it was a lasting love and a lasting car. Check out this second photo. I love a follow-up story, Scott and Bill. Same car, same couple, celebrating their 40th anniversary in 2023. They look great, and so does the car. Congratulations to them. How about that?
Wow.
That car looks better today than it did when they went on their honeymoon.
No doubt about that. How many people honeymoon in a Di Tommaso?
Yeah.
That list is pretty short.
I hope my husband says I look better on our 40th anniversary than I did on our wedding day, but the car definitely does.
That's fantastic. Thank you all for sending in photos, and especially the stories that go with it. That's Part of what makes our job so much fun, you know, the nostalgia and the memories and memory lane. Danielle, thank you for bringing those to us, too. No reserve, Chevy 2 Nova, 1967 here. Another all-white one, Bill. 36.5 is the number, and that's where it sells.
Yeah, and you, you better pay attention when you match the throttle. It's got a 396 in it, which you could not get in a Nova in 67. And this one will fly.
Hey, we talked about the Viper truck. Well, how about a Viper? And this is one right in your wheelhouse, Bill, with the exception of the rear wing, which yours did not have, but it's a 96 GTS.
Yeah, which I had, of course, and I can tell you right now that I enjoyed every single day of ownership. This one has a modified 8-liter in it. I don't know what it's turning for power. 450 would have been the factory rating, and I don't know what they did to it. However, I can guarantee you it's not a slow car. 6-speed. Look at the carbon fiber finish on the console. Yeah, that's an add-on.
I was looking at this yesterday wondering the same thing. What did they do to modify that V10?
It's got Bellinger headers. Mine had Bellinger headers.
Okay.
Has a Corsa exhaust system. Mine had the Mopar performance exhaust system on it, which was worth 50 horsepower. But other than that, no, nothing radical, really. Just kind of like the kinds of things that a lot of the owners of these Viper GTS coupes would do, just to enhance the power just a little bit. Polished wheels. There you see the 5 spokes, not original, of course.
Okay.
But
high bid at $62,000.
Just trust me when I tell you, they're just excellent cars.
Right. We do. We always trust you.
Thank you.
And we would trust you on the next one as well.
Yeah.
99 XK8.
Yes, I have an 01, and I can testify right now that although these cars are not very expensive, they're not budget busters by any stretch. They've got close to 300 horsepower out of the 4-liter V8, 5-speed automatic, and just a sumptuous interior with the leather and the wood, and they are so smooth and quiet. And, you know, they are, you might say, the stepchild of the XKE with that styling. And you're looking at market correct money. I mean, I really can't, you know, expect the bidding to go a whole lot higher than that. That's where they're trading, and that's a lot of car for the money.
With very few exceptions for an elite example of this, that you're right.
Yeah.
Anywhere between $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $10,000.
Right.
Along with Bill Stevens here in the booth, and Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood. I'm Scott Hoke. Great crowd here, still hanging out. A lot of fantastic vehicles still to come, including a 74 C10 that just reached a high bid of $70,000. Bill Stevens, do tell.
Listen to this, featured in the Kicker booth, the Kicker audio people at the 2022 SEMA show. Scott, I don't know if you noticed, when that rolled onto the block, there was a low frequency sound coming. I'm thinking, well, it's got a cool exhaust system on it. That was the sound system.
Yeah.
They had it jacked up, and I could feel it right here in my chest cavity. That's why this truck is bidding where it is, that sound system. Who knows what that's worth? Yeah, because the powertrain, nothing that radical. A Texas Speed 5.3 V8, 4L60, automatic transmission, Rytec air suspension, Ford 9-inch rear end, you know, kind of common stuff. Good parts and pieces, though, but I'll never forget how that made me vibrate when it rolled in.
It made an impression on you.
Very much.
And as I said, $70,000 was the high bid. Here's a 2003 DB7. That can only be Aston Martin.
Beautiful. Sexy, seductive.
Wow.
5.9 liter double overhead cam V12 with 428 horsepower, and boy, it didn't get much of a shot on the block. It's going to go to bid goes on already because the high bid at $29,000. Yeah, it's got a little bit of distance between that and the reserve.
Right. Okay, here comes the 1965 Impala. No reserve offering here. And let us see what the bidders think of this big Chevy.
Yeah, Scott, was pretty sure it was a 250 horse 327, which it is now that we see it on the block. And that's the numbers matching drivetrain with a column shifted 3-speed manual, as we had mentioned. Unrestored, odometer reads 16,000+ miles. Red on red.
Wow.
Still has those original hubcaps, black wall tires. Pretty much the way a lot of these were sold back in 1965. Some of the more intrepid owners back in the day might put a floor shifter in it, get a Hurst shifter and take it off of the column, but you know, if you want to leave it original, there's no shame in that either.
Sure. How about that?
$50,000. Yeah. Not a 409.
No way.
Yep.
But you know what? The originality, the unrestored condition, and the list of equipment, you know, it's just an unusual car.
Yeah, that's a diamond in the rough.
Here comes a 2022 Shelby replica from our friends at Superperformance. They are fixtures at SEMA, always showing off their latest wares.
Yes, and rightly so. One of those replica companies that got the blessing of Carroll Shelby. Before he passed away in 2012, he had already made a deal with the folks at Superperformance. And there you see the powertrain. That is a 427 cubic inch V8 crate engine. I'm guessing close to 450, 500 horse. TKX 5-speed manual transmission as well. Dual disc clutch to handle the power and torque. And a classic Shelby color palette.
Oh.
Blue with white Le Mans stripes. Yep, and this one pretty, I would say, authentic to an SC. It does have the correct roll bar. It has the jack pads. It has the hood scoop. It's got the riveted hood. It does have the street dashboard, however, with a glove compartment, which you would not have found in the original SCs, but pin drive wheels and those big billboard Goodyear tires. That is pretty right on.
Sure is, man. True to form. Square taillights as well. I don't know if you mentioned that.
Yep, right.
$63,000 is what it sold for today here on this Friday at Mecum, Kansas City. And with that, we will take a quick break here as we get into position for our final hour with you for today. Don't forget, more tomorrow, but we'll be back in a moment.
Left in today's coverage from Kansas City, but we're far from done. Come on back tomorrow for our final day coverage beginning at noon Eastern time, 6 hours streaming live here on ESPN+. When we do, this beauty's going to cross the block. 2007 Bentley Continental GT convertible. And take a look at just some of the detail here along the wheel and the dash. You see the beautiful leather and stitching in that two-tone wood grain against that vanilla bean leather. Just absolutely beautiful. And we're not done previewing what is still to come. Chris Jacobs, take it away.
Oh, Danielle, if there was one car here in Kansas City that is ripe for a restoration, it has got to be this 69 Pontiac GTO Judge. And yes, it is a real deal Judge. What you're looking at under the hood is a date code correct 400, but the winning bidder does also receive the original Ram 3 400 block. Check out the parchment interior, looking very, very clean. Of course, the carousel red exterior, hood tack. Oh man, this car's got it all. And the best part is, it's going home with a new owner because it's being offered at no reserve.
From classics to customs, another no reserve is this beautiful custom truck right here. 01 Chevy truck with the Denali front clip, shaved everything. They even used bedside rail to make that new edge for the door. Air ride suspension, shaved everything. It's got a pass-through box for the suspension. Back here, all the taillights, the handle for the tailgate, all of that's gone. It's got a pop-up license plate. This thing riding on chrome 24-inch wheels. It's going to go across the block tomorrow for no reserve. How incredible is this?
Oh, I love it. Lots of incredible stuff still to come here from Kansas City. Thank you, Rutledge, Chris, and Danielle. Bill, we've seen so many cars in that super affordable category today, and we're going to have more coming up.
It's been muscle mania, too. So many great muscle cars so far. More to come. And again, in price ranges that I think anybody who's Christmas shopping is going to find that they can find something that they can afford.
Before we talk about a car that's coming up tomorrow, just a little bit of a heads up. The next hour, our final hour today, is going to be very unusual because there is an entire collection of cars that, as Chris pointed out, are just absolutely ripe, potentially, for a restoration. We're going to cover those almost in their entirety. The Rex's Antique Car Museum collection is coming up. Now, tomorrow, a car that is very, very unusual and worthy of a lot of attention, and we'll give it to it tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 1970 Ford Torino. It is a Cobra. It's got the 429 big block in it, as you can see, but no shaker hood. That is not a Cobra jet engine. That is the Thunderjet 429 with 360 horsepower, but it is a 4-speed car, and it's got the beautiful Magnum 500 wheels as well to offset the red paint. And yes, this will be for sale right here in Kansas City.
And our good friend Kevin Marty with the Deluxe Marty report tells us that that car is one of only 2 that were built in that configuration in 1970. So stay tuned for that tomorrow, noon Eastern, here on ESPN+. Reserve is off now on this 2014 Wrangler Unlimited Rubicon Edition.
Yeah.
And it just sold for $15,000.
It has that ubiquitous 3.6-liter V6 with an automatic and 4-wheel drive, leather interior. Lots of options, too, but it's the presentation. Not a big fan of black wheels, but I'll tell you, with that black paint on that bodywork, I'm getting softened up here.
Well, you know, they've got just enough not black in those wheels to maybe help you out a little bit.
Little silver accent in there on the spokes. Yep.
Okay. All right, $15,000 as we mentioned. An Audi A3 Premium from 2016 is next.
Well, let's see. On the 5th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 5 golden rings, just like the 5 golden rings. Well, they're not gold.
And they're not 5.
Well, there are 5 rings on the Audi. On the emblem there, isn't it?
Might be 4.
I believe there are 4.
So well, I've never been good at math, but I'm not sure that's 5.
If you see 5, we'll go with 5 then.
Okay, on the 4th day of Christmas. Whatever.
Anyway, continue.
But I don't know if I can.
Bill, was your mind on the Olympics? They have 5 rings.
Something's really wrong here.
Exactly.
As my Hungarian gypsy grandmother would say, I am not numbers matching.
Oh, here we have a 2011 Corvette Grand Sport. This will get you back to reality here, Bill.
Just the 2 words, Grand Sport. That is a trim level that Chevy used several times throughout the history of the Corvette. Of course, the most famous back in '63. But this one has the 430 horsepower LS3 with an automatic transmission and 2-tone leather interior. That's a looker. Black and red inside.
$30,000. And when we come back, we will see the collection of the Rex's Antique Car Museum. Stay with us. Oh, the evening is upon us here at Bartle Hall, Kansas City, as we welcome you back to the Convention Center. And we kick off our final hour with you. And as we mentioned, a number of cars from the Rex's Antique Car Museum collection. And this, Bill Stevens, a 1910 Maxwell Q Series tonneau. And I should point out that all these cars, very few of these cars, are actually going to cross the block in traditional Mecum fashion. So we will go to the cars as they are sitting out on the Convention Center floor here today.
Yep, we're going back to the brass era here. A Q code, you might say, Maxwell.
Good.
And I can tell you about the hardware and the facts and figures on these cars, but, you know, it'll probably mean very little to most people. So I think, you know, overall, we can just kind of enjoy seeing these cars, seeing where the bidding goes.
Yes.
And I can, you know, just kind of give you a few facts and figures, but we really can't go into too much of a deep dive.
Well, that Maxwell from 1910 sold for $20,000. They're all at no reserve, by the way. The next one is a 1911 Ford Model T, and what collection that spans 100 years or more would be complete without one of these Model Ts? What a legendary car.
So many of these were built by Henry Ford over the years, and he always believed that he could have kept building the Model T even when he was convinced to go to the Model A. This one has a little 4-cylinder engine, 2-speed planetary transmission. And this was kind of like on-the-job training for automobile builders back then. They really weren't sure exactly what would work and how a lot of these components and everything would work together once the car was assembled. There was no such thing as research and development or prototypes or things like that, really. And it really is amazing the kind of progress that was made in the first, let's say, 25 to 30 years of that century. When the automobile was in its infancy.
Right. That one sold for $13,500. Our next car is a 1913 Buick 25 Touring. And again, from this same era.
Yeah, General Motors in its infancy. We're talking about cars in the early days. 1913 Buick inline 4 is just about everybody was using at that time. You can see this one has not been restored back to museum quality.
And just $4,000. I mentioned this a little bit earlier in the day today, that a lot of these cars are really ripe for a restoration as we move on to this Chevrolet race car, and certainly many are project cars if somebody wants to tackle something like this.
Yeah, and this tells you exactly what was going on in the sprint car world. Back when this was built, guys were building these cars in their garages and warehouses, and once again, not a lot of sophistication here. And it was trial and error. Will this work? Will this not work? We're talking about brakes, powertrains, even the size of the tires that they used. There you see the inline 6-cylinder engine on this. Downdraft carburetor, all old vintage kinds of things. And these cars were man-eaters too. Not a whole lot of thought was placed in the safety of the driver. You had to be a brave individual to take the wheel of something like this. Those old dirt tracks, those old bull rings where they used to compete, they were treacherous.
$2,000 is the bid.
And you can speak to this, Scott. A lot of the drivers that graduated from this wound up at Indianapolis.
No question about it.
If they survive.
Very true. Very true. And $2,000 bought that Chevy modified sprint car. Next up, 1919 Stanley Steamer. No, not your carpet cleaner, but definitely the inspiration, at least the name. It's a 2-cylinder condensing steam engine that makes 20 horsepower.
So I couldn't get one of these at the checkout at Stop and Shop, I guess.
Correct.
No, different altogether. Yeah, 1919, this was the age of steam that did not last very long. And there were only 500 of these or so were built back in 1919. 2-cylinder condensing steam engine with 20 horsepower.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, guys, who's a very big proponent and aficionado of Stanley Steamers is Jay Leno.
Oh, sure.
I believe he has the largest Stanley Steamer collection in the world, and I live in Burbank, California, where his shop is, and it's a lot of fun to, once in a while, see him out puttering around in one of his Stanley Steamers.
Yep.
They went forward.
Yeah, there have been times when he will bring one of those to Monterey
16.
for Car Week,
15.
and he'll participate in that tore down 17-mile drive in a steam-powered car.
Yep.
We just got 17. Now 18. 18.5.
I was on 17-mile drive in August when that tour came by.
Now we just got
really,
20.
It was
I
pretty
tried.
cool.
Great, yeah.
20, so you're going to be 22.
Hey, guys, I don't know if you're getting a shot of this, but just outside the driver's door, there is a valve handle here. That may be the control for the steam pressure that would control the acceleration in the car. Not sure,
yes,
but that's what I assume that it is.
Placed it so conveniently for the driver, didn't they?
Oh, never mind, just got 24. You were in for about 2
23
seconds.
is the current bid.
You know, if you want to drive on 17-mile drive, you have to pay.
Or know somebody.
I don't know anybody, so I have to pay.
Okay.
Well, actually, I don't even do it. I don't have to pay.
Yes.
It's such a tight line.
Yeah.
You got it at that 24,000. What happens next is
$24,000 for the Stanley Steamer. Okay, now to the 23 Model TT Ford. A little pickup truck here.
Yeah, actually, I would call that a utility truck.
Okay.
Would you? Yeah.
Sure.
These are the kinds of trucks that American industry really relied on for bringing their products from the factory to the market. They were everywhere. So many of these were built, and so many of them are responsible for their success that a lot of companies had back in the day. Otherwise, it was almost impossible to get your goods from A to B. 4-cylinder engine, manual transmission. And again, comfort for the driver? No, we're not talking anything like that in these old trucks. No heater, no defroster. You know, these trucks, very few of them actually had side windows. This one appears to have them. Some of them were open cabs.
Right.
Where there really wasn't much of a windshield, just the roof kind of curved over.
And it sold for $8,000. I don't know if you saw that. The woodwork on that utility truck is really, really nice.
Yeah, some effort there.
Wow. Very good. 1927 Model T Touring will be up next. There it is.
Yeah, the Model T was sort of winding down by 1927 as Charles Lindbergh was flying over to Paris in the spirit of St. Louis.
Right.
This is what Henry Ford was building.
Sold for $2,000, that Model T. Dodge Brothers.
Yeah, and I had the camera close up on this original Dodge emblem right here. That is the original Dodge emblem of the Dodge Brothers. It looks like a Jewish star. Some people thought it was also to show the unity between John and Horace Dodge with those concentric triangles there. Another little piece of automotive history, Dodge started out building transmissions, and one of their biggest clients was Ford. And when it came time to pay the piper, Henry Ford couldn't pay them, so he actually gave them a stake in Ford Motor Company. And interestingly enough, I believe it was John Ford was at one time a vice president, John Dodge was a vice president of Ford before they broke off and started manufacturing their own automobiles.
It sold for $11,000. And we moved to a 1925 Chevy. I think it sold for 11. Are they still working on it?
11.5.
Okay. We're going to move to a Chevy here in a second as soon as this one does wrap up.
Yep, it's not a Hemi, by the way.
You got it. 11.5.
Boy, if you tell the Dodge brothers that 100 years later, they'd be selling Hemi cars for millions. That'd be, I don't know what they'd say about that. Anyway, 11.5 bought that one. And now to the Chevy, 1925, right at 100 years old, Series K.
Yeah, old Billy Durant was running General Motors at the time, and he got himself into some hot water. But in the meantime, the Chevrolet Series K Touring was the top of the line Chevy back in 1925. Inline 4-cylinder engine, 3-speed manual. You're going to hear that more than once here. And a lot of wooden components, including those big fat spoke wheels. Rear mounted spare. And it sells.
Yeah, Bill, you mentioned Billy Durant. He at one time in the early 1900s had a deal in place to acquire Ford for $8 million, but the board of GM turned him down. They said they didn't want the deal.
Well, that was minor problems for Billy over his career, but you're right. He got into some deep water later on.
Cars coming up in this collection from Packard, Cord, Lincoln, Cadillac, and how about this one from Marmon? It's a 1928 Marmon Model 68.
Yeah, we've been seeing inline 4-cylinder engines a lot so far. How about an 8-cylinder inline engine in the Marmon, which went on to become a premium make for the years that it was manufactured. 3-speed manual, those wooden spoke wheels we've already seen. Two-tone green, black fenders. And that would be a car, I think, that would be worthy of a restoration.
And guys, don't forget, we have the rear view mirror because of Marmon. It was at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway when they decided to say, what if we just put a piece of reflective glass here instead of carry our crew chief with us? And you look at the way that one technology changed the whole industry.
You are correct, sir. That was 1911. Ray Haroon won the very first Indy 500 in the Marmon Wasp. What a legendary car that is, and priceless. Next up, 28 Model A.
Yeah, 28 first year for the Model A. Production actually began in late 1927, I think, as I may have pointed out earlier. Inline 4, 3-speed manual, that quintessential powertrain for those 1920s Fords.
Yeah, and being out here in this collection from Rex's Antique Car Museum, this is definitely the cleanest in the bunch here. Really a nice looking car, very well preserved. Not sure when this restoration was done, but they did a nice job.
Yeah, we can see that on camera, Chris. You're right. Yeah, I'd say that's about a condition B plus maybe.
Okay, more from the Rex's Antique Car Museum collection as we continue in our final hour with you today from Kansas City. Straight ahead.
The 250 GTO, the Gran Turismo Omologato, is an absolute watershed moment for Ferrari.
Graham Hill raced this car. Salvadori raced this car. And every time I hold that wheel, I know that, hey, I'm connecting to those people.
If you're going to own the best of the best, you got to have the GTO.
It represents excellence, and it represents everything that Ferrari are known for.
Well, we've talked about that car so much. The 250 GTO from 1962, perhaps the holy grail of holy grails.
Yeah, no doubt.
It is beyond questioning the uniqueness, the legendary status of that car. It is the highlight car at Mecum Kissimmee.
I know you were schmoozing with Pete Brock at McCacken with Chris Jacobs. A question I know you didn't ask him, which would have been great. How much did that car influence him when he designed the Cobra Daytona Coupe?
Right, that's a great question. He'll be in Kissimmee. We can talk to him about that.
Oh, yeah.
For his Corvette that's coming up. In any case, you can see the entire special on that Bianco Speciale featured on Mecum's YouTube channel. And you can also check out Mecum TV on Roku, not just our live telecasts here on ESPN+. Plenty of ways to get your fix of Mecum auctions. Right now, we are moving on in this Rex's Antique Car Museum collection with a 1955 Packard 400 that just sold for $6,000.
Yeah, that would kind of remind you of the Caribbean convertible with the coloration of this car and the fact that it's in the same vintage, same time period. But this was at a time when Packard was unfortunately circling the drain. And it's too bad. They were building some exceptional cars then.
Okay, on to a 1957 Cadillac. The entry-level Series 62 is next. There it is. And an opening bid at $7,000. Again, if you missed it earlier, a lot of these cars have been set up for long-term storage. And so that's why they are selling in their parking space instead of rolling across the auction block as is customary. And it just sold this one for $8,000. One of the vehicles that has the ability to make it to the block is this 1960 TR3A from Triumph, and here it is.
Triumph, MG, Austin Healey, even the small bore Jaguars, things like that, were so important to the proliferation of sports cars in America, and the 60 Triumph TR3A is a good example.
Bill, did you see that side pipe? Wilfredo just showed us right off the engine bay there. There is a side pipe. There's a matching one on the passenger side, which is why this morning I thought someone put a V8 in the TR3. No, they didn't. Those are styled pipes that do not have something to back it up with.
Those are caps. We see the 3-bolted cap on there, which means they can be removed, which I'm assuming would give you open exhaust on the car.
In theory, that would be true.
That
but
would
again,
make
all about the style, and that almost like it looked like bowling ball leather on the interior. This one is just so many wild things at one time, guys.
Yeah, not big power here. We're talking maybe 80, 85 horsepower, and just fun cars.
It sold for $8,500, by the way. And now back to the cars out in the convention center floor area with a 68 Chrysler 300 convertible.
Yeah, this is post-letter cars. The letter cars ended in 1965 until they brought them back around 2004, 2005 with the 300M. But anyway, it is a Chrysler 300 with a 440, which they had. Dual snorkel air cleaner is still in place, which is what it would have had from the factory. Torque Flight automatic. And look at how that white contrasts with the red paint on the outside. The top is down. Thank you.
Yeah, Bill, this is the K-Code 440, so not the high-performance 440.
Right.
And, yeah, I mean, these cars, all of them from this Klutz Car Museum, just ready to go for a resto, especially this one right here. This is looking very straight as I'm taking a look at the body panels. So who knows until you get the paint off, but looking like a good jumping off point.
Yeah, yep, you could go all the way with that car if you wanted to.
Right on, and I've mentioned it earlier. Again, we'll say it. A lot of these cars, somebody looking for a project car, man, many of these are ripe for the picking. Here's an 89 Cadillac Alante convertible.
Well, this could be our low seller. I don't know, but it's too bad because so much forethought went into these cars from Cadillac, but they just didn't pan out. They only built them for a short time. Of course, we know the story, how Pininfarina built the bodies in Italy. They were shipped to this country in specially equipped 747s. They were finished, powertrain added, finished work done here. And, you know, they were built to go after the Mercedes two-seaters and, you know, just fell short of the target.
All right, next up, 1987 Corvette. Hey.
1987, there it is. This was C4, and 1987, the C4s were getting more and more refined, better cars. 1984s were a little rough around the edges, but by now, well, we were only a few years removed from the ZR1, and these cars, you know, they were really good performers. These had the L98 engines. We'd get that LT1 in '92, so a lot happened in the C4 generation.
Medium blue metallic, white top. Love that color combination.
Yeah.
And a $6,000 bid at the moment.
Yeah, that could be Le Mans blue, Nassau blue, any blue at all. It's very close to all those Corvette colors.
It's actually medium blue metallic.
Mm-hmm. By any other name?
Yes. And it did sell for $6,000. All right, next up, from 1985, another Corvette.
Yeah, we'll back up a couple of years here in the C4 generation, which officially debuted in '84. By 1985, yeah, subtle changes making these cars a little bit more refined and more reliable as well. This has the 5.7 liter V8. Not a lot of horsepower. We were not pushing 300 horsepower out of these Corvettes until we got to that LT1 in 1992. This one with an automatic, you had manual, of course, as well.
Hammer it for $5,000. 1979 450 SL from Mercedes-Benz.
Oh, they built a million D, skillion D, zillion D of these. And different flavors. This is the 450, 380, 500. This one with the 4.5 liter V8. And, you know, that's in pretty straight condition, wouldn't you say? That doesn't look like it's been abused too much.
From here, looks like it, sure.
Yeah.
$2,000. $2,000 makes those lines look a little straighter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Not to say they're off, but you're certainly getting a
bargain?
But a bargain collectible car.
Yeah.
So $3,500.
$3,500. Next up is an MG Midget from 1977.
Did you see the front end there? Those big rubber bumpers. Those rubber bumpers just kind of make it look like there's kind of got something wrong with his face. But anyway, that's what we were dealing with back then, as the government decided we needed 5-mile-an-hour bumpers that would decrease the amount of money it had to pay for the car if it got into a front or rear end collision. That did not work, however, because it was still expensive to fix. Anyway, these are cute little two-seaters. Again, fun to drive. You're sitting close to the ground, so you feel like you're going faster than you really are.
Oh, no question. That is a sensation, isn't it?
Yep.
$3,500 buys that little MG from 1977. Okay, back to the block here for a 77 Chrysler. This is a New Yorker Brougham on our block.
I don't know. If I were Mercury, I would sue this Chrysler for identity theft. I'll tell you, there's a lot of similarity in the profile between this and the big Chryslers back from that time period. But anyway, this one has the 440 and a lean burn. Remember the lean burn system they used to advertise, Scott? They would raise the hood of the car and they would squirt the engine with a fire hose and it would keep running to show you that the lean burn and the ignition and everything was so reliable that even water wouldn't affect how well it ran. Yeah,
boy, that takes you back.
Yeah, that was a very famous campaign.
$6,500 was bid. Now it's up by $1,000.
So I sold a car up to the bowl. Next thing you know, it's 2 cars later.
Well, there you go. $7,500 for that New Yorker. All right, we will take a break here. 30 minutes to go. We'll continue with the Rex's Antique Car Museum collection here in just a moment. Well, if you haven't heard, Mecum Transport is your absolute bulletproof ticket to get your car from point A to point B. And Mike Baker there in the middle of the screen, in the middle of the desk, can help you with that effort, whether you're one of 4,500 cars on the way to Kissimmee or whatnot. Mecum.com/transport. Brand new website, but still the same fantastic service from the auction floor to your garage door. Let's continue now with the Rex's Antique Car Museum collection. This has been quite fun, actually, to see some of these cars, Bill. Not bring a lot of money, but still history lessons, almost all of them.
Yeah, and I love doing this, too. We don't get a chance to see a lot of these cars here at Mecum, and this one sells even before it starts.
Right, 4,066 New Yorker. Here's a 64 Imperial Crown next.
Yeah, Imperial Crown, upper trim level on these cars. Of course, got the big Mopar V8 there. You see it in all original condition. And I'm sure it's got some extra cost options that are kind of hiding in that interior somewhere. Blue metallic paint, white interior.
By the way, I should point out also that there were more than 90 cars overall in this collection from Rex's Antique Car Museum. About half, roughly, sold yesterday, and we're finishing up here with the second half of the collection.
And you know what else is kind of interesting, Scott, as we look inside some of these older cars, how little thought was put into the kind of safety features we have today. Wow. See all the hard surfaces in there on the dashboard, steering wheel,
very true,
things like that. That was really before the safety lobby came into play. And although they get a lot of backlash from people, I'll tell you, they saved lives.
Man, you said it. I think 3,500 was the number on that Imperial, and a 62 Studebaker Gran Turismo's next.
The big guy with the big V8, 289, automatic transmission. The steel body was designed by Brooks Stevens. And if that name sounds familiar, how about that one-off custom that we had designed by Brooks Stevens not long ago? He was quite the accomplished designer, did a lot of things in the industry,
Yeah, Glendale, I think we saw that for the first time, maybe.
You are right there, and that car was cutting edge all the way, thanks to his designing.
Gran Turismo Hoke, $4,000. Current bid.
Raymond Loewy design, of course. And all original. Turismo Hoke, Silver Hoke, Golden Hoke. All the different flavors of the Studebaker coupe back then.
$47.50. Mark that one up as selling. Here's one we see fairly often, a little 57 Nash Metropolitan. And this is part of that Rex's Antique Car Museum collection.
Yeah, you could say that this was a car that combated the little two-seaters that were being imported from Europe with an American flavor here.
Sure.
Just a funky little car, not much in the way of power. You want to talk about safety. These weren't cars that you'd want to get into a collision with a full-size American car back then. But at the same time, these still have a lot of interest and a lot of appeal with people. I've seen some of these at the Street Machine Nationals, with 550 cubic inch big blocks, supercharged, and
everything.
Everything.
And you wonder how in the world did they fit all that into these little cars?
Yeah, exactly.
And they are. If you've never seen one in person up close, they are tiny.
What dreams are made of.
Right on. We moved to a 1965. Speaking of, contrasting size here with the Nash is a 65 Lincoln Continental. Other end of the spectrum.
Yeah, from Mini to Maxi. And what a design tour de force this was for the folks at Lincoln. They stayed with this design for an entire decade. And rightly so. So many people acclaimed these slab-sided Lincolns. Very wide. You can see how wide these cars are. Spacious inside. Every kind of luxury feature you can imagine going toe-to-toe with the Cadillac and the Imperial. These had either 460 or 462 cubic inch big blocks, depending on the year. And they are still attractive cars. They certainly haven't outlived their style.
Well, $9,500 buys that Continental. And we will wrap up the collection of the Rex's Antique Car Museum with a 1959 Edsel. How about that?
Got to have an Edsel.
Kind of appropriate.
Got to do it.
Yeah.
Everybody's familiar with the story. No need to go into the details about how the Edsel came and went. And it took a while, as sometimes it does, for cars like this to find an audience.
Yes, very true.
And to get people passionate. That looked like a mahogany seat on the passenger side.
Well, and duct tape on the driver's side. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was.
Take a look at that.
Kind of a
never seen that
homemade.
before.
Oh, I
That's
see
custom.
what it is now.
That's pure custom.
Yeah, I'm sure Paul Atkins didn't restitch that interior.
$3,500. And that car sold. That was kind of cool, huh?
Yes, sir.
We don't see stuff like that every day here at a Mecum auction. So we're going to continue now back on the block here with a 1940 Packard 160 Super 8 Club Coupe. That's a mouthful.
Yeah, and the Packard, a whole bunch of different trim levels and models through the 1940s. This one, the 8-cylinder, inline 8-cylinder engine, 356 cubic inches. And this is unrestored, mostly in original condition. Manual transmission you see on the column in the interior. Some of it has been refurbished. Art Deco styling, isn't that the truth? And you see some of the distress on the paint on the back there, which would indicate that it is original paint or a very old repaint. Yeah, 1940 Packard. They survived the Great Depression. Some people think they kind of devalued their brand by trying to appeal to the underclass automobile buyers after the Depression, and they never really did recover completely, but at one time they were, one of the real shining lights in American automobiles. I would say that's a good candidate for restoration as well.
Yeah, you know, I wonder what the condition, I didn't see the engine room, but I wonder what the condition under the hood is.
It looks original, obviously patina, you know.
Sure.
Components kind of on the edge of complete, you know, replacement.
And we've seen, you know, Packards from this year, hot rodded too occasionally.
We have.
Now this one sells for $16,000 here at Mecum, Kansas City on day one of our coverage. Let's check in with Chris Jacobs real quick.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Well, you know I love my Mopars, and I could look at them all day long. But when I see one that's an unusual combination, it's especially attractive to me. Check out this 68 Roadrunner. That is the H-code, high performance 383 under the hood. And then what I love about it is this white exterior, black vinyl top, red stripe, and then take a look at the interior. Two-tone red, bench seat, and yes, 4-speed transmission. You gotta love that combo. All the bright work looking very good on this. The vinyl top looks fantastic. Got the Magnum 500 wheels. The paint is just flawless on this car. Amazing. This is part of the Schrader collection. We've had them go across Mecum Auction Block many, many times. And this particular 68 Roadrunner is going to be going across on Saturday tomorrow. Check out this one. Gotta love it. Scott, back to you.
It is a beauty.
Hey, Chris, can you just poke your head in there? Does that have carpeting or rubber mats?
Let me give a quick gander. It's got both.
Okay, because when this car came out in '68, the early cars, they didn't automatically have carpeting. They just had a rubber floor. So I was just curious.
I mean that the Roadrunner was the kind of discount, right? So yeah, but no, this one's got the carpet kit and the floor mats.
Oh, it's got the plush package.
Cool. Coming up tomorrow, noon Easterns when we're going to kick things off. 2000 Corvette now on the block. No reserve, Bill.
Yep, here we go. We are going into the C5 generation here, which began in '97. 5.7 LS1, 350 horse, 6-speed manual. And here's a color, Scott, that we've been gabbing about throughout the day. How they've all got different names, but those blues are very similar. This is Nassau blue. That debuted back in '66, I believe. Good buy, too. $13,000.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. All right, 69 Cutlass Supreme convertible coming up to the block for us now.
Small block 350.
Okay.
Turbo Hydromatic 350. You know, no big headlines here. Power convertible top. Well presented. AM/FM hands-free Bluetooth sound system. We see that happening now in a lot of these restored and classic muscle cars, and it's got factory air conditioning as well. Odometer reads just over 10,000 miles. That may help pump up the bidding a little bit.
Bill, do you think of that as more of a yellow car or more of like a buttercream? How would you describe what that car looks like?
I would say it's yellow. I would say it's similar to the Corvette colors, the Sunfire yellow, and maybe the Sunflower yellow, a couple of other GM colors. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with, buddy.
Yeah, it really looks nice when the car's got that kind of long sweep and we see that chrome trim there so perfectly in that shot. Just really paints a different picture of kind of the modern yellow cars that we know of.
Long nose, short deck.
On to an 83 CJ7, also no reserve.
Inline 6, 4.2 liter, right there. 4-wheel drive, of course. And looks pretty original inside there, manual transmission. Soft top, heavy duty rubber, big rack on the back there, fog lights.
Boy, if you're a Facebook Marketplace fan like I am, you know right now this is a steal of a deal.
Yeah.
What people will pay for some rusted out carcasses of old Jeeps
CJs,
is breathtaking. And this is the 7, way better I think than the 5 if you're over about 5.5 feet tall.
Which we all are.
I think that would explain Danielle. Oh, yeah.
I'm preaching to the choir here.
Yeah. No reserve. So that's the exterior diamond plate I'm looking at. That had to have been added, right?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of times when the rockers start to go or those back corners get a little rusty, truly, people will put the diamond plate over there. But I've seen other people use it as more of a protection if they're really getting stuff off-road. I didn't get underneath this one to know which one of those sides it was on, but you can find them for old FJs, Jeeps, you name it.
So, in other words, it's either before or after the rust.
Yeah, or before or after that tree.
Yeah.
Okay, $10,000 buys the CJ 1983. We will take a quick timeout. We'll come back and wrap up the festivities on this Friday at Mecum, Kansas City, coming up in a moment. We welcome you back to Kansas City. It is time, before we get to the block, time to focus on our State Farm moment of the day today. Well deserved, in fact. State Farm offering surprisingly great rates that fit into any budget. Also happens to be Bill's car that he selected at the top of the program. A 1968 Olds 442 convertible in State Farm red. Actually, that's scarlet red, but for right now, we'll go with State Farm red. 3 1/4 horse, 400 cube V8, recent restoration. Black interior, you see the white convertible top, very nicely presented, and it gabbled for $43,000, much to the delight of that couple up in the grandstand with our man Paul Guck on the scene helping out, and that qualifies for our State Farm moment of the day. Yes, sir. And very nicely done all the way around there. Let's before we get back to the block, continue by sending it over to Danielle Trotta real quickly.
Yeah, Scott, you heard earlier on Memory Lane, we had a submission photo of a Pantera. Well, I found one here at Mecum, Kansas City that's crossing the block tomorrow, except it might look a little bit different for those of you that know your Panteras. This is a 1971, and I walked by a gentleman, he said, they put a wide kit on that. I said, how did you know a wide body kit is on this? He said, because my neighbor had one when I was growing up down the street, and it wasn't this wide. He is exactly right. Also, you couldn't get that big old wing on the back of the 71 Panteras. That is part of the kit as well. But one thing that is iconic to Pantera, of course, is the mid-engine 351 V8 aluminum heads, 5-speed manual transmission. You see it here behind the glass, but gives a nice view there for the driver and their passenger, anybody that comes to check it out. I just think it's a really great innovation there by Pantera. And you see the black leather interior here. That has been redone. Receipts by the seller here you will get with proof of the car. Over $40,000 put into the interior. Upgraded 4-wheel disc brakes as well. But she's beautiful and crossing the block tomorrow.
Indeed, Danielle, thank you very much. Terrific car.
We call that a Cleveland under glass.
Yep.
That engine, where it is. And that's kind of like a GT5 wannabe with the wing and the flares, what have you. It's not a real GT5, which the Pantera competed in the Group 5 category when people raced them. But it's got the look.
Sure does. And she's right. The car is going across the block tomorrow. Our final telecast from this event and for 2025, in fact, tomorrow. Here's a Corvette that just reached a high bid and sold, actually, for $14,000. 78 silver anniversary Corvette.
Yes, sir. 350 V8. That's the L48 with 185 horsepower with an automatic transmission and that silver anniversary livery.
Don't look now, 79 Trans Am is coming up. Coming to the middle of the block, and we are told that this is an unrestored 79 Trans Am. You start to see some of the evidence of that as you look closely to the car.
Unrestored, yeah, you said it. And I would say you could be fooled to think it's unrestored. That's how solid condition it's in, at least from the distance we're at. It's got the 403, that controversial 403 V8 in it. When people found out that their Pontiacs were toting Oldsmobile engines, there was a tempest in a teapot You know, hey, you know what, Scott? As we get closer to that car, we saw some of the checking in the paint.
Right.
So, yes, now maybe that unrestored claim can be backed up by the exterior paint condition.
And, you know, there are definitely some people that like the story of a car that's unrestored. You know, sometimes if it gets bad enough, we would call it patina. Other times you just say, oh, it's unrestored.
Originality,
yeah,
man.
Exactly. I think so many people love these cars, you know, because Smokey and the Bandit brought them into movie theaters and then our houses. And it seems appropriate the guy driving the car's got a cowboy hat on. So,
yes,
you know, everybody loves them. Hard not to.
You know, Kathy Lee Gifford is restored. Sharon Stone is unrestored. I think that's the best comparison.
Okay. Rutledge, help me out here, brother. No, I'm kidding. That was pretty good.
I have no words.
That's pretty good. All right. 1988 Chevy GMT 400 pickup truck. How long have we been doing this? 18 years. How long have you been waiting for that one?
16 years.
Okay. $12,000, the current bid.
Ramjet 350, that's the crate motor, 350 horse, automatic, lifted 6 inches, and oh, look at that flame job. Now that's labor intensive to get that flame job, to lay on that black paint like that.
Those real flames are real tricky to do, but you know, some people, obviously, whoever the artist that did these, really talented.
Yeah, looks it.
13 grand is all that's bid at the moment.
Yeah, boy, the consignor would have to be hyper motivated to cut it loose where we are right now. Nope.
Yeah, not going to do it. 13 is going to be the number that will carry over to the bid goes on, and we send it over to Chris Jacobs.
Yes, Scott, well, you guys were just discussing Smokey and the Bandit. Well, here is another year that benefited from the movie. So, of course, Smokey and the Bandit featured what people thought was a 77. Most of those cars were 76s dressed up at the front end, the decals to look like 77s. This is a 78. And the 78s, why do I mention that with Smokey and the Bandit? Well, sales in 78 benefited from the popularity of the movie. Under the hood is the numbers matching 400. And this one is special in the fact that it's mated to a 4-speed manual transmission. So you gotta love that. It also is a hard top, no T-tops, which I happen to prefer the look. It's kind of just a cleaner look with the hard tops. Interior is absolutely beautiful here. And this one also will be going across the block tomorrow, Saturday, and of course those iconic snowflake wheels too. So look out for this one. It's S108 going across the block tomorrow. Scott?
Yeah, Bill, go ahead.
No, you said a mouthful, Chris. Smokey and the Bandit had a dramatic effect on the sales of these Pontiac Trans Ams. In fact, in '79, largest amount of Trans Ams ever sold. And people say you can draw a straight line from that right to the movie.
That's coming up tomorrow. Hope you'll be here. Our coverage kicks off at noon Eastern, noon until 6 o'clock tomorrow, 11 to 5 here in the Kansas City area. Grab some coffee with us if you're out on the West Coast, 9 a.m. out west. 2002 F350 Lariat.
Yeah, another big brawny pickup truck from Ford, the 350 Lariat with a 7.3-liter diesel with mucho torque. That is a work truck indeed. Cannon air intake helps out a little bit. Not that it really needs it, that diesel engine. 4-wheel drive, leather. Updated shocks, updated brakes.
I think it's got a rebuilt transmission in here. You know, people that use these and love these trucks, this one was obviously well taken care of. Some people can get 500,000, 600,000, 700,000 miles out of these monsters.
Yeah.
There's a reason people hold on to them. It's funny, the interior is typically the first thing to go. Think how many times you're hopping in and out of those seats.
No question.
But this one's going to be loved and continue to be at I guess, a new garage now.
Sure is.
Well bought.
20 grand. Okay, a 1926 GMC panel truck is going to be coming up to the block next. Look at this.
How about it?
100 years old almost.
Love the paint job. GMC Trucks, Westfall, GMC Truck Inc. That's genuine. It's got the inline 4-cylinder gasoline engine, manual transmission, 4 forward speeds. Got the Boyce motometer. Okay, who knows what the motometer is?
The motometer.
What's
Tell
the
us.
motometer? That is on top of the radiator. That is your meter, which basically is part of your cooling system. And it is a way to tell how your coolant is faring underneath there.
It's essentially the old school temp gauge that's now on the dash, right?
Yep.
Exactly.
And there were a couple different brands that were making them, right? Like they were obviously the biggest one, but weren't there some others that sometimes they'd be a little more stylish?
Oh yeah, some would have that big wing, the chrome wing coming out. Yeah.
This is going to be our final vehicle of the day today. And Russ Conklin just hammers it for $12,000. And a couple of very happy dudes back there in the back of the main floor seating. And they're going to take that panel truck home. Well, we have hit the halfway point in our final event here of 2025. And that means 6 more hours of coverage coming up tomorrow and for the entire year on ESPN Plus. We'll have it, as I've mentioned before, beginning at noon Eastern at 9 in the morning out west. Thanks so much for watching us today here as we continue to cross off another episode in our 18th season of Mecum on television. We'll see you again tomorrow. For Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood, I'm Scott Hoke. Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
Yes, yes.
Ho, ho! 35, 40, baby.